Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? I hope you all have been having a wonderful day. I've had a good day myself. Sorry for the late start. Was enjoying. Hey there, Harold. Got your email. I will probably either tonight after the stream or probably more likely tomorrow. I'll get that put into the meetup site. Sure enough, Harold will be our speaker for Louisville.net in March. That will be, let's see, what is that? That's going to be March, what is that date? That's going to be March 18th. Awesome. Well, again, thank you for everyone for joining. You know, I hope you all had a great day. More importantly, a great week, right? I mean, it's the end of the week. Although I will say, we'll see how well my evening goes as I see Visual Studio just in that, like, that whiteout, like, I don't know what to do right now. Let's see if we can. I'll probably try to kill Visual Studio so I can restart it here. Oh, no, it heard me, and it finally came back on. All right, so let's get right into some code here. So there we go. We're going to move right in here. So, those who've not been watching the last couple streams. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Well, you are, so Harold's got his votes. Actually, sure enough, I finally got around to loading up new emotes for TaleLearnCode. So sure enough, I need to actually create a panel that shows this, but wow, I got way too much stuff open in that window. You know, if we, well, that will work too. So let's see here. So sure enough, and I guess I could just type them in the chat, but except for I don't even remember what they all were. Let's see, I want to go to settings, affiliate, emote manager. Yeah, so sure enough, for my level 1 subs, which everyone's a tier 1 sub, or not everyone in here is a tier 1 sub, but all my subs are tier 1s, so sure enough, there's the hello, right? Which has been there for a while, but now, we have the lurk. Whoops. Fairly easy for me to type in. So we have the lurk emote, and we also have the LOL. So those are now available for tier 1 subscribers. Which really, thank you for all the subscriptions. Allowed me to add more emotes to to my subscriptions. So that's great. I will say, if you're curious, at tier 2, not that I'm asking anyone to go to to subscribe to tier 2, but sure enough, you look here. Here's we've got the hype in tier 2, and then finally in tier 3, we've got the love. All right. So the other nice part is I now have all these. It's one of the nice parts here. So sure enough, if you're like I say, if you're you subscribe, you have access to all that. All right, let's get looking at our database here. So one thing that we were seeing right at the end of Wednesday night, which, boy, do I tell you, Wednesday was a lot of fun. We had a lot of great discussions. I'm going to go to downloads here because we've been working on this data set, but what we did notice, and I don't know how I the funny part of how I just accidentally saw this Wednesday night. So I think it's a community. So now I gotta find it again. I know it's somewhere because we saw it. Here it is. No, not that one. Well, where did we see it? This is interesting. Sure enough, Wednesday we saw on here because we were actually playing with the downloads. There we go. So here they have the ability to download stuff. And what's interesting with this is there's some additional information here, right? So, you know, like if we look here, so like in the parts, we just have part number, part name, and the part category, right? But the bricklink data, you know, if we look at this, here, we'll just randomly look at a part. So 2x2 brick, right? I mean, so we've got the weight, which is actually kind of interesting. I think the size is in here, which is nice. But also the years released. So some really nice information that we can get out of this. Now, I will say the one thing I haven't been able to figure out is, like, what are the terms of use in this, right? So obviously I don't want to just start using someone's database and I'm not allowed to use it, right? The rebrickable one, it says right in here, you know, you can use these files for any purpose, right? Now the bricklink, let's see here. That's downloads. Brick assets. Let's see what we see in download creations. Okay, this is from the build gallery, so that's not what I'm looking for. Nope. Again, I'm just looking here a little bit here. Because you know what? It's interesting. Even on, look at this. This is an old ASP site. That's a .asp. I'm just looking here. I think what I'm gonna do here, because I'm not seeing, you know, I'm not like seeing anything that tells me catalog credits. Let's see what that says. Members who create, contribute to the catalog. So it's interesting. I mean, they're apparently this is kind of like, you know, like a wiki, and it's coming from, you know, from the community. A part of the reason why it's interesting, now sure enough, this website was started by, you know, some fans, but Lego actually owns them. You too, Harold. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right, so yeah, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. So I think what I'm gonna do, because like I say, there are some really interesting data in here that I would love to have, you know. And I gotta admit, I forget who it was who was asking me about this Wednesday night, but you know, someone in the chat was talking about, you know, what about doing the parts by weight, right? And you know, there's actually some interesting things I could do with that, right? If I had the weight, you know. So, for example, now I don't have them here in all the way downstairs. It would take me a little bit to go get them, but yeah, I went to the Lego store today and I bought brick, right? And I mean, sure enough, let's see here, images. So if we look up Lego store, pick a brick cup. Let's see if we can. Yeah, so the cups look like this, right? I mean, they're good size. I mean, they're not so big, right? And you know, I bought 3 big cups and a small cup of Lego, right? So I got a bunch of stuff, and sure enough, some of it, I'm like, you know, you see a bunch of small parts in here. That's kind of how mine was today, right? You know, some of my stuff was just really small stuff. That's interesting. I'm just curious where this picture came from. They used to have... Whatever happened to the ability to... or is it maybe on this?
This is the checkers game.
Sorry, this is not what you all are looking for, but I just see something really curious here. Yeah, look at what he's done. That's pretty darn cool. Did he print that? No, it's made out of wood. I see it now. Interesting. All right, that's not what you all care about. But yeah, so what I was saying with that. So, like for example, I bought little flowers. I mean, they're little tiny things, right? And you know, it'd be nice if I could just weigh it and then say, okay, I have 83 of them, right? I don't know, however many I bought, right? And even if it's not exact, that probably is okay, right? Especially for those little small pieces, right? It's one thing counting, you know, if you got 50 plates, right? I mean, that's not that big of a deal to count. But, you know, if you buy a whole cup of say one by one bricks, right? We're who really wants to go and count them? Because, you know, obviously if I bought that, that's not. Why is one by? Boy, add that extra S in there. Yeah, so I mean, you know, like this, right? So I mean, something you could fit a whole bunch into a cup, right? You know, I mean, who really wants to go and count it all, right? Although I will tell you, I will, right? You know, like I said, I got those parts today. Tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, you know, I will actually go through and I will take inventory of what I got, right? Partially because one thing about buying those pick a brick wall cups is you actually, you know, well, I say you could save money. I bought bricks just because I could buy bricks, right? I mean, I bought things without an actual plan for them, or I know I needed like 10 of them, right? I'm like, well, let me get that now, but I bought like probably 80, so I can have them later on. All right. So what I was gonna say, I think what I'll do with this, I think I'm gonna continue working on this database here, right, with this data, because I know for a fact I can use this. And then I will contact support for this and see if this is, you know, if that is allowed. All right. I'd be willing to bet it is, right? But I'd rather, especially because, you know, I mean, even though, you know, Bricklink is you know, is part of the Lego group. It is still a community thing, right? So, so maybe, you know, we'll verify it first. All right. Interesting. They also have like a change log. Now, grant you, it's like this. It's not like a download. Huh, okay. Yeah, like I say, I'm going to continue working off of this database. And then, you know, if we can use that other one, then then start looking to see if there's something, using a mix, right, or what have you. But all right, so let's go back. Actually, let me close this up a little bit. Well, there's nothing to hide in here. But let's see here. Okay, I've already moved that to save later or watch later. Just getting a little bit of stuff closed up here. Okay, I need these pages. Just a second, folks. Doing some documentation about serial log, and so I was looking up like some best practices for serial log. Because we're getting ready to start implementing serial log in our applications at work. Which means I actually probably next week I'll start implementing it into this Lego Master that I'm writing. To get some more exposure to it. I've had teams use serial log. I have not actually used it. Well, I have and haven't, right? I haven't done any of the coding for it, right? I've had teams do it. So I know that, I know what it can do, but like I say, I'm currently learning how to actually use it. Oh, that's great. That's great. I just docked my Cosmos account. I was like, why do I have this? I still don't know why I have it open. But I was like, why do I have this over here, right? I was like, let me bring this over here. And then as I get into screen view, I'm like, oh, that's my key. All right, hold on a second. Let's clean that up. Okay, take this off screen though. Yeah, oof indeed. Luckily, this is easy to take care of. Regenerate. And this is, actually, I'm using the database that I've been using for some other things, but nothing that is actually in use right now, so it's, luckily this doesn't really impact anything other than, change it right here, and there we go. Not the worst thing in the world. But that way I'll have to delete VODs or any of that kind of stuff. I just go on. All right. So were we working on theme? I thought, yes, we were working on theme. Yes. And then when it was a theme, there was a conversation about weights and and that's when I discovered that the break-link stuff. All right, so here again, here's where this data gets a little bit more interesting because we have parents, right? So let me downloads. Let me find this folder. I really need to clean up my downloads folder. Yeah, that's the one problem about Legos. About your download folders. You end up getting so much stuff in them, right? Like I said, I need to. Obviously, if it's taking this long to load. Now, granted, this is also on the C drive that is a mess. List. There it is. All right. Well, that works. All right, so we're looking at themes. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I really do need to clean out my download folders. Or folder. I will say the one thing. I don't know about you all, but one of the reasons why I don't use hand sanitizer very often, other than the fact I can't apparently say it, it like burns my hands. All right. So in order to, to do the pick-a-brick, because you have to use a scoop, but the first thing you have to do is, it dries out your hands. Yeah, mine, it's drying on my hand, and it's like, it burns just a little bit tonight, right? And the last time I was there, same thing. In order to get bricks off the pick-a-brick, you have to sanitize your hands, which that makes sense. I get it, right? But it does bother my hands a little bit. Okay, so it is interesting. I notice how this data is laid out, which makes sense. The good part is, maybe. Yeah, I was going to say, the good part is the master categories looks like they're always listed before a non-master is, but I would not want to depend on that. All right. So I think the way I'll do this, and again, right now we're doing the one-time load, right? Although I envision having to build this several times, that's the reason why I'm going through a little bit of trouble. Because then, after I do that, then we'll work out how to get the deltas, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through and get all the ones that do not have, where the parent ID is blank. And then go back and get the ones that have a parent ID. I think that's going to make again, it's something where I don't need it to be the fastest thing in the world. I just need it to work. I think that's going to be the least complex way of doing this. All right, so we've got ID, we got rubricable ID, we have parent ID, we have parent name. That all works. Okay, so now I need to create that mapping file. So we're going to have a... Come on, Visual Studio. Wow. I see Visual Studio is going to play real nice tonight. There we go. So we're going to do CSV theme mapping. I probably don't, the sample code had that CSV, so I kept on, CSV, whatever, object mapping. I probably don't actually need to do that every single time, but it is what it is. Just gonna copy that. Okay, and then again, this will be theme. Okay, and then we'll get our using statements going correctly. And again, we're using this tiny CSV parser, which actually, again, I didn't know anything. I did not know this existed until Monday when someone mentioned it. And it works pretty nicely. All right, so, oh, I see something we're missing that's pretty important. Name. That would be a good, useful field there. All right, so one is name. Yes, that's rubricable ID, which is not the same thing as ID. And then okay, so let's see something here. So I think we're actually going to do something a little bit different here. Or no, I don't have to. Well, yeah, no, I don't have to do anything. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, this will work. Oh yeah, okay. And then map property 3, right? Or 2. Third column, value 3. So this will be parent ID. Okay. So now we have all that. Now we go in our program and copy from categories just to get started. I'm gonna give me a little more space here. Theme. Okay, the name of this is just themes. All right, so here, this is our theme. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did do that wrong. This should stay catalog. Sorry, and then theme here, right? This is so for those, we're using Gremlin database, and so this is how you search for it. So we're saying, give me all of the vertices that have a user ID of catalog, and that, sure enough, user ID is our partition key, so it's an important value here. And then give me all that has a label, a theme, and I'm gonna drop them, right? So we'll get them and then drop them, right? So because again, this is initial load or reload of the database, right? It really only intended for a one-time use. But yeah. All right, so now what I'm gonna do here? Okay, so now in here, so here's where we're gonna do this a little bit differently. I'm gonna keep that there. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is, so we're gonna get this result from the tiny CSV parser, right? And then I'm gonna go. We're gonna have a dictionary of string and actually I don't need to be a dictionary. We're gonna have a list of strings. We're gonna have a list of string parent IDs. No, I do want a dictionary. Dictionary of string parent categories equal new. Okay, and then so then we're gonna go through here now. I'm kind of curious how this is gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna be an empty string or null, so that's kind of the question. I guess what I could just do is I could say category or I'm sorry, if category dot result. I'm sorry, yeah. Parent ID. Oh, I'm not passing in. Hold on. I need to add that in there. Hold on a second. So 0's ID, 1 is name. Okay, I've got it in there. Why did I not see it in there? Or am I just losing my... So category dot result parent ID. Oh, I know why. Because this is a theme. And This is theme. That's why. That's what you get for copying and pasting. All right. Now I could say if category results dot parent ID. Actually, we'll say if string is null, white space. So that should catch that. Then I'm going to say parent categories dot add, and then we're going to say, well, you know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say just to be careful, right? We're not just going to add it. We're going to verify that it doesn't already exist. Because if you try to add something that already exists, you're going to get an error, right? So we'll say if parent categories contains key, this will be category.result.parent ID. Nope, sorry. Replicable ID. And it will actually say if not. Then we're going to add this in here, right? So then we're going to say, what happened to the music? Or is it just really low, I guess, right now? Then we're going to say parent categories.add, and then the key is going to be category.result.replicable ID, and then the value. Hey there, Flanzer Ritter. How are you doing this evening? Or day, depending on where you're at. Hope you've been having a wonderful day. And then category.result.name. Right? So there. First, we're just going to go grab all of these, right? So easy peasy. Since this is my own code, I personally like it better if there's only one line in the branch. I like taking away the bracket, the curly brackets. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I really do. And part of my thought is when I have that, I know for a fact it's just one line, right? So otherwise, I don't know. To me, it's a little bit easier to read. So and it kind of takes away a little bit of the clutter. Now, I will say when I do code for work, well, especially because most of my code I write is actually for demonstration purposes. Like, here's how the way you should write your application. So I do include that because, like I say, it does confuse. I know it does confuse some, and I don't want to say confuse because that sounds right. I talk. It's usually senior developers that really get adamant about not liking it. All right, so now that we have that. Now we can go back into here. And so here's what we're going to do. In here, we're going to go back through the loop. I mean, this loop is only 598 rows. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. Actually, 597, because the top row will be excluded. So now we're going to say, again, we're going to say, and again, I have to see if this works. Right? I don't actually know what this parse is going to do when there isn't a value in there. Actually, I'm going to start with if there's not. And then we're going to do something like this. We're going to grab that. But now we need to change this. Okay, so here, again, this is some gremlin code here. Oh, what I want to do is I want to have a string query. Actually, that's query. Okay, and then so this is going to be this is gremlin. So here we're adding a vertex or object. All right. The label of that is going to be theme, and then you start adding your property. So again, user ID is going to be catalog. Property ID is going to be this. Yeah, it's going to be theme underscore replicable ID. That's how I'm doing my. That's how I'm doing my IDs, because the IDs do have to be unique. but I do. But here I do want a recognizable ID, so hence why I'm doing it that way. And because of the way how they did a traditional like SQL database, where you do like an identity field, so numbers can get repeatable, right? All right, so we're gonna have the ID, we're gonna have the name. All right, so then we're gonna add a couple other things. We're gonna have a property. Whoops, I went too far. I just noticed. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back. I just noticed on the ones before I didn't add rubricable ID because there's the ID and then there's a rubricable ID, and I do want them separate. I need to go back and add that. All right, for the other fields. So in here, we'll go ahead and add that in. So rubricable ID, and then this will be category dot result dot rubricable ID. Okay, and then and actually that will be all of them for this one, because this is a parent, so there won't be a parent ID, and there won't be a parent name, obviously. And it's sure enough, generally, in NoSQL databases, and Gremlin or graph databases are NoSQL database. Generally, if your field is null, you don't put it in there, right? And that's kind of the way how you read that instead, right? It just doesn't come in there. And so that's for parent ID. Actually, I can go ahead and take this out. I'm going to say else. I'll actually copy that, because all of that stays the same. But then we're going to say property, parent ID, and then this will be, this is going to be, actually start with a string here, theme underscore okay, never mind. I was just looking at something wrong. Theme underscore, and then we're going to grab the category dot result dot parent ID. And then for the close it. Quote and the bracket or the parentheses. And then for my last thing I'm gonna put in here, we're gonna do, well, yeah, we're just gonna go broke here. We're gonna say dot property, and this will be parent name. And then this will be, and then the parent name will be, so in here, because it's going to be parent, well, I call it categories. I need to fix that. Category.result.parent ID. Oh, I'm missing the close bracket, right, for the index. All right, so we're going to go to that parent categories and grab that. Now, I will say probably should be a little bit more defensive here, because what happens if that, if for some reason that doesn't exist, right? So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to say if parent categories, and I really do need to change that name, contains key, and then we're going to do category dot result dot parent ID. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So sure enough, because I had if else, I needed to have that bracket. Now I will say the one rule I do follow is if I'm in an if statement, all right, and even else's, if any of them have the curly brackets, then I put them all. I don't know. It's just maybe a little bit of quirk for me, but it's that's what I do. All right, and then so on this one, so if what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if I don't have that in there, I'm just going to go ahead and put it in there as if it doesn't have a parent ID. All right, so that's how I'm going to handle that. Then we can get rid of this line there, and there we go. So now we're, I can really move this up here, because we don't need to create it every single time we go through the records. All right, so that will take care of that. Now, a couple little things I want to do here. First off, right here, this is a theme, not a category, and also parent feeds. Okay, there we go. So now that should be it. I really should just do it. But now, I did see something here. Oh, I need to call that method. Go ahead and add that in here real quick. In the main. Here, we can get rid of this. Wait. Import themes and then Gremlin client. This is all the same. Okay. Well, now the other thing I did notice is I am not putting those rubricable IDs in here. At least not a category. Let's look here. Yeah, I didn't do it here either. Okay. So got property, rubricable ID. Color.result.id. Okay, so we'll do that one. And then in here, well, I don't know if y'all can hear my dog, but he's upset with something. Rubricable ID. And then category, not category, yeah, no, here it is category. Category.result.id. Okay. So now we should be good. So let's run this. It's taking sweet time to get started now, isn't it? There we go. Well, it took a while. Oh, what happened? Oh, okay, we have an error. Invalid credentials provided. Well, that's interesting, because I did change them. Did I change them to the right one? That is a good question. Let's see here. Keys. I'm going to regenerate it again. Not that you all can see what's going on here. I'm going to refresh this keys page. Copy. I'm going to take it off screen for a second here so I can open that settings file. Because, like I said, right now we just have this in here. Hard coding into a class file. Well, that would be interesting if you could see what I was doing while I'm not, you know. Okay, so I've saved that. So, oops. So let's try this again. Yeah, I love it. Because that works so well in the movies, right? You know, enhance it, you can all of a sudden see everything. The fact that it's slowing down right here tells me something's weird going on here. It shouldn't be taking this long to connect to the server. Well, we're not getting very far if we can't get connected to the database. Well, it's just taking a sweet old time, too. Kind of like if you're going to crash, just crash, you know? Come on. Yeah, exactly. Through the mirror, you know, I mean, you know, getting, you know, but also through the mirror, you know, and... Alright, this is getting ridiculous. I mean, like I say, yeah, but it's just like air off already, right? I know it's airing, but that's just weird. Alright, let me... Okay, you know what I think is happening? This is interesting. And this is what I thought was happening. The page that shows you your keys is not refreshing fast enough. Connection timeout equals 0, yeah. Alright, I think we have it now. So what I was noticing, I thought that key looked, you know, pretty much like the one before. Although it's still taking forever here. Unauthorized. What is going on here? I'm going to resume next. Well, I am confused. I'm gonna... I've been changing the primary key. I'm gonna copy in the secondary key. See if that makes a difference. I've never seen Cosmos do this. I mean, I've changed keys on there. There we go. Okay, and this failed, but actually what I thought the original was failing, I still forgot. It would help if I close this file. I can't open it exclusively if I tell you what, T. Williams, you know, it makes you wonder, right? All right, there we go. Now we got them all in there. You know, because I'm curious what's going. I mean, so it's basically it's running on the secondary key. So most everything in Azure gives you two keys. You know, primary, secondary. I don't really know why, to be honest with you. I mean, like, I guess, well, I can see some reasons, but at any rate. Yeah, so that ran on the secondary instead of the primary, which is interesting. All right, so now if we go back into here, now we're going to look for. It did come. Yes, it did come in handy right now. Very well. Yes. GV. And it has label. Theme. And it has user ID. Oh, I still need to add something in there. User ID, but that's all right. We'll get to that here. Catalog. Now this actually makes sense. I wonder if I simply do a refresh. Even though, well, it does and doesn't make sense, right? I mean, because this is logged in to my Azure account, and then, you know, giving me stuff that my Azure account have access to. But I guess because I changed the primary key, that's why I got that error. The authentication error here. Okay, yeah, so there's our big ball of data, but more importantly, we'll run this query. That's always nice to see. What did we do? Interesting. As label theme, why am I only getting that one object, which is from before? Alright, so for right now, I'm not going to run the other two because I don't need to keep on reloading that data. Hey, .NET programmer, that's a pretty cool handle there. I like that. Alright, let's query. Well, I already see the problem. I would just say let's see if, excuse me, if there was a problem with the query. I already saw the problem. It's missing that. It's also missing it right here. Okay, it's also missing it there. There we go. Let's run this again. And because we're essentially swallowing the errors, we're not looking at them, right? Because we're we're just kind of putting everything out there, right? And it's just running. It's actually, we're not waiting for the finish, right? We're just throwing all the requests out there. There we go. So now we have everything. And then if we look at count, so there's 595. And so we're missing some things. Interesting. What are we missing? We're missing... I bet you we're missing those parent IDs. Oh, no, never mind. 95. So we're missing we're missing 2 records. What a crazy number to miss. 2. How much you want to bet there is? Come on. How much you bet we're missing Disney's Mickey House and Pharaoh's Quest? And yeah. Although it's the only 2 I see, I should be missing 3 of them. 641 has workable ID 641, I think is what I said. Yeah. 641. Okay, yes, we do not have that. Just to verify something, if I go to 640, I get that record. Okay, it's the comma, or it's the, yeah, it's because, and this is, I gotta say, this is the one thing I do not like about Gremlin, right? You know, is this generating these strings like this, right? That's why I usually use engines that will handle it for me, right? So, what we have to do we're just going to do this very simple. We're going to have a string name goodness, the dog is still barking. And like I said, I have a thing. If I have to put it in for one thing, I'm gonna put it in for the others. All right, we're gonna say name equals, and then we're gonna say category dot result dot name contains okay. So if it contains that, then we're going to say category. Oh, you know what? I don't have to do it. I don't have to do that logic. I can simply say name equals category dot results, which actually means I can. Oh, yeah. There's a lot easier way of doing this. So when we grab that name, we'll say dot replace Here, I need to make this a string. I'm going to say string. So that will replace a single quote and have 2 single quotes, right? Which should handle this. I'm also going to need to do it. Oh, it'll be in that one correctly. Okay, so we're good there. All right. All right, so now let's see what happens. Hey, buddy. Did we get 641 in here? We did not get 641 in here. Okay, so let's do if theme dot result dot d equals 641. That's all right line. Here's the problem. And really, I'm just doing that so I can put a break in here. All right, so let's see once we get to that. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, interesting. So what that tells me okay, let's look. Hold on a second. Let's look at the raw data again real quick. So it's not what I thought the problem was. Fine, 641. Although this really shouldn't be causing a problem. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. Yeah, there's only 597 in here. So it's definitely not in there. And what did I say? There's... No, they're hold on, they're all in there. Wait a second, they're all in there. Oh. Look for a rubricable ID. That's why. I put in rubricable ID, not ID. I think. There we go. All right, so now we're in here. Wait a minute. Well, hold on a second. If console right line, okay, hold on. If does not equal parent ID. But you know what? These two logics are backwards, so that's one problem. Yes. Well, my dog's wanting to get my attention. Okay, just... Yeah, so we can see it's actually replacing it correctly. Now, I do have a problem, but this should still... This still should be working. I'm just checking here. Oh, you know what? I think I have to do it like that. So if I was to run, I'm going to copy that so I don't type all the way in again. So if I was to run this line, yeah, I'll get an error. If I add the escape, there we go. Yeah, I need to escape that correctly. All right. So instead of replacing this with a double, I need to do like that. And that's not confusing to read. Okay. But then, the other part of the mistake. That should be like that. I have them backwards because this is where it has a parent ID. Then we can do that in here. More link. I mean, really no link is needed in here. I mean, that's just string replacements. Oh, just joking. Yeah, those know. Not that I'm not a fan of Link, but I don't know. It's just something about Link holds me back. Link is Rust. Yeah. Actually, sure enough. Okay, is this crapping out on me again? So you know, I work with Code Louisville, you know, which is a free program here in Louisville to help people learn how to program, and I'm a mentor with there, and the stuff for next week is covering Link, and I actually am bringing in a pinch hitter for me. What is going on here? Okay, that was just weird. Let's try this again. That was just weird. Okay. So now we should have 641. That's what we're looking for. So now we can say has user ID of catalog count 597. And again, if we not that one, but if we look at this one, yes, I was just thinking about that actually yesterday. I think it was. How, because sure enough at the beginning, I was having a hard time figuring out if I liked. Yeah, no spoilers. I've not seen this week's episode yet. Oops. All right. So yeah, 590 because it's 598, so it's 597. So we've got the right number right there. But yes, after last week, it took till last week, right? I mean, and again, it was a bad show. I was like, I don't get what they're doing here. I mean, I get it, but don't get it. Last week definitely made a difference, right? And I know I've seen a couple articles talking about how there's something big that happens this week. So again, yeah, definitely no spoilers. Well, it definitely has started, all right? And I gotta say, and I was actually listening to a podcast, they were talking about this. I like how Disney does it, right? I mean, Disney's not the only one that does this, but but the weekly release, right? Instead of just dumping it all at one time. All right. So, but here's the problem we have with what we've done. We don't have the links yet, right? So there's our collection of category, themes, right? But we see no lines, right? Because we didn't draw them yet, or we didn't build them yet, I should say. So what we need to do next in here. So we're going to grab that. And yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to have, let's have this be, or let's have this be vertex query. And we're going to have a string of edge query. Okay, and then what we're going to do in here, so in here, if parent, actually, okay, so if we have the parents, right, because we talked about, again, this data should be correct, right, but you always want to, be sure, right, have some additional logic in there. Even if, even if they tell you, oh no, this data's always going to be right. I never trust that, right? I like it. Having amnesia and deja vu at the same time. All right, so now we're going to say edge query dot not dot equals. Oh, hold on. Let me, before I forget something here. Edge query equals string dot empty. Okay, and then I'm gonna say edge query equals, and then now we're gonna say g.add edge, add e, and then the name of this edge is going to be, what did I say, child of, yeah, I like it messed up, yes, child of, Okay, and then oh, but I did this wrong. I first have to go find the item I'm gonna put this on. So this is gonna be theme underscore. I just realized a problem. I'll fix that next. All right, theme underscore theme dot result dot reworkable ID. And then, yeah, I can't believe I didn't think about that before. And then we're gonna say then we're gonna have the add edge is child of, and then you're gonna say 2, and then you do, hey C Phelps, how's it going? Then you search for where you want to add the link to. So this is going to be GV, and then theme dot result dot parent ID. There we go. So now that'll add that's the logic to add the edge. It's coming well. I mean, we're still working on getting data loaded. Why are C's sharp? I'm not sure. Why are C's sharp? Or was the question why C sharp? C's are sharp because they cut the cheese. I gotta admit, C Films, I don't get it. All right, now, other than that, I've got a bigger problem that we're gonna fix next. Now I'll talk about that here in a moment. I'm not so sure this is gonna work right because this is not necessarily done. So that might not work. C# cheddar. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm a little bit concerned because I'm not awaiting these things, which I could have added a wait in there. It just would slow it down, which that's not really in the world though either. And I'm not going to see the error. Yeah, this is kind of what I expected. Let's see what happens. Fine, wait. I'll wait that also. Whoops. Why? Okay. Oh, okay, now I'm starting to get it. The thing is, I really like cheddar cheese, especially sharp cheddar cheese. All right, there we go. So now, let's run this. I mean, we should see it run a little bit slower now, because it's going to weight every one of those. Or it's going to do something else. Because apparently it has a Maya zone tonight. There's something going on here. Real quick, unsupported groovy language. Kind of curious there. Yeah, I like that. Or like a Swiss Army knife. I like that, yeah. Alright. I'd be willing to bet it's crashing in the edge, and there might be... Let me check what I did here. Add... GV theme... Blah, 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 with virtual ID, close that. Add edge is child of 2 GE. Yeah. There's what the problem was. Okay. Now that I've added those try catches, it probably won't happen again. Yeah, there we go. Now we see it going just a little bit slower, all right? Which shows you some of the power of Cosmos, right? I mean, Cosmos was taking all stuff in stride, right? And he was adding it pretty darn quickly. But here, you know, basically, I mean, what you're seeing is you're seeing the two-way traffic come through, right? You know, going out there, writing the data, and coming back with a confirmation that it got written, right? Just waiting for this to finish here. Getting there, I hope. I don't know. Yeah, because I remember a Series 21 minifix. All right. So now we look at this, and bam, we see all the lines. All right. That's what I was looking for. So sure enough, if I look at so let's grab Technic, right? So so I have to say here we can start with theme 1. So we grab that. That's gonna be Technic. And then we'll say out edge is child of, I think is what I called it. I mean, I'm pretty darn certain that's what I called it. Yeah, it's child of. And then do env. Oh, I need to reverse this. In edge out v. There we go. So now, let's just do a dot count. So 10. So sure enough, we go to this data here. Let's do data, custom sort, parent ID, yep, 10 of them. Oh, that's what considering we had the right number of overall, I would have been really shocked if that number was wrong. But all right, now, here's the thing I just realized I've got a problem. And I don't know why I wasn't thinking of this. So, here, I'll go back to this. So, like, I create theme 2, and I know what I was thinking. I was just being stupid. So my ID, theme 2, right? Which this is in the, I was thinking, well, because I've got the property of user ID, right? But here's the problem. Again, that ID has to be unique. I mean, it's a partition. Well, hold on. Is it the partition or is it the whole database? Okay, let's do this. Because now I'm drawing a blank. And I'm questioning myself. One, let's get rid of these. I really don't need all that try-catch logic. Okay. So I'm going to do something here real quick. We're going to have a string vertex query 2. And I was right. User name right here. So I'll just say callo2. Then we'll... Alright, so let's see here. I actually should know pretty darn quickly, I think, whether this is working or not. Conflict exception. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. Resource with ID. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. It has to be globally unique. All right, let me get rid of all this. Again, that was just for me to verify something I already know, but you know. Oh, I also realized something. Even though this doesn't actually cause a problem, but while I'm thinking about this, if edge query If not, string is, oops, string is null or empty edge query. Okay, because I don't need to run, I mean, I'm clearing that every time. I don't, right here, I don't need to run it every time. That will speed it up a little bit, right? Not really that much, though. So, what I'm going to need to do, this goes back to, might as well just use GUIDs, right? So, what I'm going to do here, so what I'm going to do, I need to make a couple of changes. So this dictionary, instead of being a string, it's going to be a string theme. And then here, put in that. Okay. And then down here, we're going to have a vertex ID. So, vertex ID equals GUID, new GUID, string. Okay. So then we make this change here. Vertex ID. Change these values real quick. Of course, now that rebreakable ID being in there becomes even more important, right? Yeah, I think in the back of my head I knew that was going to be a problem. But then the other thing I need to do, so in here, on this edge query, we just change that to the vertex ID. Okay. Now I need to make that to the other two, right? Because you know, we'll see problems once we actually get users putting their data in, right? Because, you know, they'll have a different user ID, right? It won't be the base catalog. But, like, they'll be creating those... They won't necessarily be creating seams and that type of stuff. But I like being consistent, right? If I'm going to... If I use GUIDs because of that, I'm going to use GUIDs like that everywhere, right? Oh, well, there's also another reason for doing that, too. That I'll get to later, but because I think I'll end up copying like the catalog over to each user. Okay. And now, just to verify we still have data in here. GV has label theme has user ID catalog. I don't see my edges. Interesting. Theme. Oh. Well, this isn't right. That's part of my problem. Let's see. GV has label theme has rebrickable. Well, I should. Not that it really matters at this point, but good habit is to search against your partition key. In this one, it's not going to make any difference, but it's a habit. It's a good habit to get into. All right, then we're going to say has a rebrickable ID, and we're going to look at 1. Okay, so there that is. So now I want this ID. So it should return the same stuff. Now I should be able to say out edge. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Okay, I can finish this query, but it's not going to work. Out edge is child of in the, all right, we're not going to get any items. Problem is, because we're setting it to that, we're not setting it to the new GUID ID. Let's see here. So in this one, oh goodness. Basically, I need another ID that I need to be able to keep. Okay, let's do it this way. So if we do all this, we're going to say theme equals category dot result. Theme calls parent theme, and then we're going to say parent theme dot ID equals GUID, new GUID string. Keeping with my, again, kind of a quirk. Well, at least I try to, at least I'm consistently inconsistent. So now, what we'll say is, so first off I need to go here. So instead of being vertex ID, this will be theme, no. This will be parent themes, the ID being theme.result.id, oh, sorry, dot rebrickable ID, dot ID. Okay, so that'll correct that correctly. You know, actually, I should be creating these first. These edges. Okay, let me fix the rest of the logic, but I should be creating these these parents first, in case they're not in the right order, right? In case there's a child before the parent. All right, so in here, oh yeah, we didn't change any of this logic here. So this will be parent themes, theme, parent ID. Oh. Theme, result, parent ID, dot ID. Okay, and then let's copy this. Paste that right there. That. Paste right there. I should move this to here. No, this ID. Okay. That should be ID. Oh. Wow, this is a mess. There we go. Should be like that. Grab your ID. There we go. All right. Parent theme. Name. And parent theme. Rubricable. All right. All right. So, sure enough, CFIPS. How's your programming language coming? Can you make any progress on that? Now we've done that and there. Now, okay. So one will take, take that logic out. Not that logic. Take this logic out. Why is that? In there. Use of unassigned local variable. Yes, that is very correct. But actually, vertex query. Well, it is correct and not correct. Let's move this here. That'll handle that. Because it should also only happen in the if conditional. And then add that there. And then we're also going to put that there, right? Only this is going to be category. All right, there we go. So now we've got the console line printing out like we want. Should add the parents first, and then go back and add in the children. Okay. Yeah, I'm noticing a pattern here. I wonder if this is just not closing correctly, and that's why. Let me look at this. This is doing this again, just sitting there. Where is it sitting at? It's not even sitting anywhere. It's just like hung. Of course, now apparently it's hung on me stopping the whole thing. Terminate. Yeah, let's just terminate. Okay. Well, this is interesting. A little delay there was kind of interesting. The given key 6 was not present in the dictionary. See, I was telling you we gotta watch out for these, but actually I thought we were catching all that. So 6 definitely should. Oh, it won't be in the dictionary because it's not. Who has got a parent ID of 6? Let's do this a little more. Better here. Parent ID. Something apparently was looking for a parent ID of 6. But there is no... Nothing has a parent ID of 6. So that's a bit odd. And the other part that's interesting, I'm searching for it here, right? I'm saying if the thing contains the key, okay, let's just look through our logic again. Hey, C-Films. So yeah, so I was saying, yeah, C-Films. I was asking. I mean, how's your programming language coming? You make any progress on that? All right, so we're gonna. Okay, so parent ID has a value. If parent themes contains the parent ID, is growing. Awesome. Yeah, so Project McFly. Yeah, C-Films, which is kind of obvious in the name, is big into movies. Here's where our problem is right here. Why is it even doing it? Hold on a second. The ID, this should be vertex ID. Input text with a space, and now McFly will output what you input. Awesome. You are making some progress. That's cool. Like I said, that's definitely an interesting project you're working on, right? You know, building a programming language. I'm also curious what. Nothing should actually hit this logic. I'm kind of curious what was hitting this logic to begin with. Yeah, input hello world, outputs out hello world. Well, that's cool. rest looks fine, but that one was interesting. All right. Well, I think that was what was causing that problem. But like I said, I also don't know. I'm also confused what would go, you know, what would actually fire in there. And again, it's look, if I kill this now, if I run this again, I definitely, I must not be closing something or other. Oh, can't find backups. Well, that sucks. I will say that's one of the things I really like about this headset here, because I mean, I have this little base station because they're wireless, right? But then, you know, it comes with these spare batteries, right? So you know, so I can be recharging one, and it's dead, which means big nerds can't even hear what I'm saying. We could maybe talk about how awesome he is, or how unawesome he is. I don't know. All right, what is, if you input array? Awesome. So you're getting arrays to work also. So it's going to output all the values of the array, or just the fact that it's an array. But either way, I mean, it's pretty darn cool. It means you're recognizing an array. All right, what is? So parent ID of 5. Which that is a valid parent ID. So what do you mean? Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, it definitely does not have 5, but why not? If you input array... Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I've definitely got... And again, this is interesting because you know, earlier we were seeing everything get in there. You went @ sign to start all array names. So I'll say I get that, but at the same rate, hey, Winix, happy Friday to you. How are you doing? We're sitting here being perplexed what's going on here, right? I got this logic check should never hit, but again, it's good I put it in. But why is it not getting? Oh, look at this! Oh! Hold on a second. Not charged by, yeah. Interesting. Look at this. These themes can be multi-level, right? 5 is a theme, is a parent theme to like 6, right? But 5 has a parent to Technic. And I think I understand that. I'm a little bit confused by the Star Wars. But there's another main category of Star Wars. All right, so Steve, here's my thing. I mean, I get it, right? And it wouldn't be the only programming language that does that. I will say, it screams Hungarian notation to me. And, we spent a long time getting away from that. But I also don't think it's the end of the world, right? I mean, I guess what you're saying there is your variables are created, so you're not having to say, well, I'm understanding what you're saying here. You're doing something like, hello world equals hello, right? And I don't know if you had semicolons, and so forth. Which if it's like that, right? If that's how you declare the variable, then I think that would work, right? Now, if you were saying like a string hello world, wow, I can't type. That I wouldn't like so much. But I mean, sure enough, if you're doing like this, right? Basically, you're declaring a variable. Basically, you're declaring its type by that. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, I see that. So what are you doing for integers then? You talked about arrays. You talked about strings. So what are you doing for like integers and floats and that kind of stuff? I guess a float. Well, yeah. It's okay. So are you making any differentiators in your numbers? Like between an integer type value and a float type value? Or decimal type value, or whatever you want to call it? Alright, so sure enough, I mean, this is it kind of breaks some of my thought here. But basically, it looks like we can have Technic. Hey, Rod, and yeah, I mean, no, that's what I'm saying. It definitely would not be unique to have like that the $sign and that stuff. I was yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I got into a habit where we're talking about not having, like Hungarian notation. That's not really Hungarian notation. I said it's similar to Hungarian notation, but it's not. All right, so sure enough, in here, this is like a Technic, and then model, and then like airports, all right? So that's basically a theme. In other words, these themes could be multi-level, which is just fun. Fun, I say, fun. Num is all number, but if it's 3.4, that's floating number. Okay. Yeah, I kind of wonder, I gotta admit, on that one, I wonder if you're gonna have some problems later on. Where it's numeric, and then do some logic. Oh, it's it's got a decimal, so it's floating point. Maybe it won't, but I'm gonna have to wonder about that. Excuse me. All right, graph-wise, this works. It's just some of my logic doesn't work. Okay, but I know what I need to do. We just need to change this a little bit here. Actually, a little bit more than a little bit, but let's basically, I'm gonna need to put everything into a dictionary first. So let's call this 2 for now. All right. So what I'm going to do here. Okay, so what we're gonna do first, we're gonna go through the category, through the parsed CSV, right? And we're gonna actually right here we're gonna say console right line. Reading in CSV file. Okay, and then kind of copied that, I think. Rename this to themes because it's no longer parent themes. It's gonna be all the themes. So we're gonna contains key. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. And again, some of what I'm having to remind myself is to think we're not talking C#, right? We're not talking a language that has, different numeric type. I mean, it has, bit, tiny, bit, small, int, large int, or long or whatever, right? So, along with, float, decimal, all those other types. So, yeah, I mean, no, I think it works. I mean, I do kind of wonder about the int and the float, right? I just wonder if that could possibly cause you issues, but that does, again, I'm not saying you're going to have issues. I would be cautious with that, just to be sure. All right. Themes contains key. All right. I'm not going to write here. I'm going to say parent theme results. We're going to get that ID. We're not going to actually write it to the Gremlin database yet. And then we are going to add it to the themes. Okay, let's get rid of that. So I'm going to go grab everything first. Right, Gremlin client. So that's your client. As in, you talking about gremlin.net? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna grab all that. Now, I'm gonna come down here. All right, still gonna go drop everything first. Okay, let's rebuild this set of logic. So we're gonna still go drop everything first. And then we're going to for each. See, this is going to be theme, themes. Oh, yeah. Dot values. Is there... Yeah, there's a sorted list. That's what I thought. Hey. I don't know if I've ever... I'm sure at some point I worked with sorted lists. So iClonable. So it's taking a dictionary. What is this? Creates and initialize a new sorted list. So here we're new sorted list and then add third, bang, world, hello. Oh, third, first. Third, second, first. Is this really? Oh. I'm looking at this. Does this really know first, second, third? And know, okay, that's the first one, that's the second one. It's because it's alphabetical. F. S-T, right? That's why. I was like, really? That works that well? That'd be awesome. All right. Okay. So I want to... So what I'm looking at is I do want a sorted list, right? So we're going to say... Psychic sort of list, yeah. Well, that's what I was looking at. I'm like, is this really that cool that it's got logic to figure out the, you know. So in other words, if I put fourth, then it would fail. The demo would, the example code would fail. All right, we're gonna say sorted list. It is gonna be a string. And then the value is going to be theme. No, it's going to be, the value is going to be a string. Oh. And then we'll say sorted, or we're going to say vertices. Vertices. That's new. Okay, so we're going to create a sorted list of vertices. And then I'm going to create a list string for my edges. Console, right line. Building the... what is it I want to call it? Building the gremlin queries. Cross between PHP and R. I've never actually, I don't think I've ever touched R. I know I was going to look at R at one point, but I never did get around to it. Okay, so we're going to go through each theme, through the each theme in the theme's values, because that's actually a dictionary. And in here, I'm going to do I'm trying to think how I want to sort this. And again, it looks like, so, at least so far, everything's, you know, sorted order. Well, I bet you if you, well, yeah, there's probably never where sort a parent ID. I mean, this is a little bit hard to look at, but I'd be willing to bet, especially because there's a lot of data, that there's never a time where the ID is lower, or yeah, lower than the parent ID. But I wouldn't want to guarantee that. It doesn't matter. I don't need to sort this. Never mind. I don't need to sort this. No, this is actually a data dump of Lego themes. So I do not have 597 Lego sets. I have like 45, 50, somewhere around that. So I do have quite a few of them, but not that many. Okay, I don't need a sort list. That's an interesting idea, but I don't need it. Because, which means I also don't need that list at all, which means I can get rid of this. We can create the themes at any point. It's the edges, and that's why I'm going to put that into a list. All right, so now we go in here. Excuse me. I'm going to still need, probably still going to need, not necessarily the edge query. We're going to need the vertex query. And probably the vertex ID. And then we're going to say copy this. I know I want to make some changes to it. So if I usually like doing the affirmative first. Alright, so then if theme.parent ID is null or white space. Alright. Then we're gonna, okay, so if that is null or white space, then then we're going to have vertex query equals, actually I can copy this here. Theme, property, okay, so it's going to be a theme, it's going to be property, user ID catalog. Oh, I need to create that vertex ID. With string. Okay, and then theme.name, and still do that replace. Although I really And let's do this right now. Actually, I might already be doing that. I am not. So let's just do parent theme dot name. Let's just copy this so we don't make a mistake. Name equals, whoops, parent theme dot name dot place blah 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 blah. All right. All right. So just put that up there, so I don't have to do it every other time. Makes this code a little bit cleaner down here. Okay, so there we get that name, the rubricable ID. And then we don't need the rest of this because that's if it had parent ID. Oh, okay, so you're going to have immutable bindings instead of variables. So they're going to be immutable. I mean, I hear you say you're starting with a calculator, but if they're immutable, I mean, you know, I mean, is that really? I mean, you really don't want to be able to be able to change them? Oh, excuse me, I don't want to have the yawns tonight. All right, so there, that'll handle where it does not have a parent ID. So the true top level items, and then in here, this really should be up here. Just theme.name. Okay, then if theme dot parent, you know, if the themes dot contains key parent ID, yes, okay, because it has a so the theme itself that we're working on has a parent ID, but then we're looking to see does the themes collection have that parent ID. Okay. No, I mean, and again, it's just, I'm not saying you're doing it wrong. I was just saying, you know, it again, all depends on what you're eventually going to do with the programming language, right? But that's why I asked. All right, so if we're in here, then we're going to say, okay, I'm actually going to copy this here. It makes the language more secure in some sense, but implies you have to think some algorithms from a different perspective. Yeah. Oh, actually, I did look at this. I was okay. Well, so sure enough, I was asking Immutable about that. I was asking C-Films about the Immutable. I was getting the two different chatters confused in my head. Yes. So Rod is looking at doing a language with immutables. C-Films hasn't gotten that far to figure that out, which again, that makes sense. And to Rod, your point, right? You know, it could be, you know, you have to look at things a little bit differently, but it could be, you know, you get some kind of inherent security added there. What? Oh, okay, I added it too. There we go. So that shouldn't have anything. So that all stays the same, but then we're going to add this in here. Let's just make sure I had that period. Okay, then the parent ID. parent ID, and then the parent name is going to be that. Otherwise, come back to the edge query. Otherwise, oh no, it's going to be this. So we're going to still add it. We just won't have that parent information there. It is apparently wrong. Exactly. I find it so funny how many times these languages, you know, they make all these things real strict, and then, oh, okay, well, here, we'll give you an unsafe flag, right? All right. So, I'm just saying, a question I have for the chat. I'm trying to figure something out. I'm looking to set up a Discord server. But here's what I'm thinking. Does it make sense? And I admit, I'm still kind of new to Discord, right? And I'm still working my way through it. But what I'd like to do, so I have Green Events Technologies, right? That is my company. And technically underneath Green Events Technology, there's Codepalooza Inc. This is actually LLC. There's TaleLearnCode Inc. There is Bricks with Chad Inc. There's also, there's World.net, Meetup Inc. and so on and so on. Right? There's so all these things fall underneath this. So, like I said, I'd like to start a Discord. Actually, but basically for 3 different purposes. All right. So, I want something for, or maybe even multiple more, right? But I want something for like the Louisville software development community. I want something for TaleLearnCode. For all you folks who come out here, right? Something that we can discuss after, outside of the streams, and then something for Bricks with Chad, right? Which, sure enough, becomes also more of a Lego type channel. Does it make sense, to kind of have one Discord server serve those different purposes? All right. I'd love to hear y'all's opinion, because I admit all the Discord servers I'm a member of, which I'm not a member of that many, they're not like this, right? They're all single focused, but they're also run by people who, that's what their thing is, right? They do this or they do that, or they're a company. And like I say, I'm not on that many Discords. I close Discord. So I don't know. I've never seen anyone mix to the. I've seen like brick channels that might have something that's not related to Lego stuff, right? But it's still for that. It's still all for the Lego community. So I don't know. Anyone has any opinion? I would love to hear it. I've been thinking about doing this for a while, and now. Now that I've opened up another channel, right? And I'm like, I really need to start getting this stuff organized, right? All right, now back to this. So here we created that vertex. Really, we're going to have this, what was it, edges. So then we're going to say edges dot add, and then this right here. And then change that. There we go. All right, blah, blah, blah. So then, we're going to take that logic out. Okay. So that'll handle all the vertexes. I really like that quote. The reason why I talk to myself is because I'm the only one whose answers I accept. I do feel like that some days. Okay, and then we're going to do one more in here. So now we're going to have console right line, adding the theme edges. And then here we'll do for each. This is going to be a string, edge, and this is edges. And then we're going to say, and here I do not need to await it. I can go ahead, I can actually do my submit request, Gremlin client, and then edge. Still want to wait it here, because again, less likely that this would cause a race condition, but you know what? It doesn't hurt to be sure. All right. Then we can get rid of all of this. Make sure that is yes. Okay. Now let's see what we have. My question is, why do I have a... I didn't realize I had a breakpoint in here. I'm more curious. Well, it's interesting. I still have a... again, nothing should really hit this. No, wait. This is still not right. Again, this is logic that shouldn't hit. Oh. Just stop. Because we create a new thing. You need time for a paid well, one, I do not have time for a paid project, first off. And crypto is not really my thing. But no, I haven't. I mean, other than my job, I haven't done a paid project in a long time. I'm gonna have a hard enough time keeping up with everything else I do already. All right, now let's try this again. I forgot to change that method there. I've got to look this up, because look, we're having this problem now. If I stop this and run this again. It took too long tonight. See here. So you're still pretty new to the Discord. Yeah, same here. Setting up different categories for each of those makes sense. A bit like, yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. All right. All right, there we go. Doesn't mean sure enough here. I'll open up Discord. Doesn't mean, you see this. Now I don't know if there is the ability to do like, hold on, let me look at like bar raiders. Yeah, so because you can have categories, right? Like here, I'll go to this brick building one here, right? And sure enough, I mean, you can see, so like they have some some overall channels. I think they call them channels. Then they have their categories or channels, right? So, I mean, I can have a category that says, you know, Louisville Developer Community. I still got to think up the naming, right? You know, Louisville Developer Community, TaleLearnCode, Brooks of Chad, you know. So that's what I've been thinking about. But I was just wondering if someone knows of especially the more experienced Discorders, right? Is there some reason why I shouldn't do that, right? I mean, I will say the one thing about it, there is a, you know, like, again, you know, I mean, I run the Louisville.net, Louisville Azure, a couple other groups, right? And, you know, so I have the beat of a lot of folks in the software development community here in Louisville, but there is actually a very active Slack channel also for it, right? And I'm not necessarily trying to replace the Slack channel, but I do think for some of the things I'm trying to do, Discord makes more sense, I think. All right, so that appears to have worked. So let's go back to here. Now that ID is no longer be correct. GV, give me has label theme, has user ID, user ID catalog. Okay, I'm a little concerned I don't see any relationship lines. Has rebrickable ID. What were we saying? Number one. Well, that's interesting. Theme, user ID, catalog, rebrickable ID, 1. Well, that might be part of our problem. Okay, we have here, I can get rid of that method. Excuse me, everybody. Oh. Let me fix this thing real quick. Import themes async. Thank you, C-Films. All right. I need to get on my my Stream Deck a mute button. I mean, I could have just reached over here, but I'm no longer using the GoXR. Actually, I'm shipping out tomorrow because I sold it to somebody. All right, so let's see here. Let's look at this again. So if did we not somehow? How did that not get in there then? User ID equals catalog. I mean, unless something's wrong with the ID property. Just looking here. Theme.rebrickable ID. Put a breakpoint there. I mean, something. For some reason, none of my parent IDs got put in there. Okay, so we're in here. Parent ID is a blank string. So the vertex ID is going to be the GUID. The rebrickable ID is going to be 1. Okay. What I was looking for. So we're going to... Oh! I see problems. This needs to move down there. That logic was the wrong place. That's why it wasn't happening. Now, if we run this again, I still got to figure out what is locking that up. Just waiting for this to run. I think we're getting close here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's adding the edges. Okay. So now execute this query, and there we go. And now I should be able to say out edge is child of. Interesting. We're definitely not getting and sure enough, there are no edges in here. What is going on? See if we wait it. Want to see if we get an error. Hold on a second. Let's look at something real quick. Edges. Again, so this is going to happen if there's a parent ID and the theme contains that, which we should be hitting that. I will go back and verify that also, that we are actually getting in here. But vertex ID that we're adding, add edge to the parent, the themes, parent ID, ID. Now I want to make sure that I did this correct. Yeah, man, that rebrickable ID, so that should be fine. The ID is going to be what the GUID is. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. So let me change that back. On this logic here, instead of this vertex ID, this should be theme.id. Because I put it in there, I was actually changing it, so that's why it wasn't creating those edges. Okay. I think this will be the last time we have to run through this. Now we do have to go back and fix the IDs on colors and categories, but that should be pretty simple. All right. Add those edges, and there we go. Okay. Now. Yeah, see now I have edges in here. Add that back in here. Well, interesting. So I'm getting that back. And you're telling me it has no edges. Yes, this is Cosmos DB. And in particular, the Graph or Gremlin API within Cosmos. What is going on here? This is weird. I should have values in here. Just because I know something has links. Because look, you can see that, right? You know, it's... interesting, that kind of Bionicle's like right there. You ever see like this? Yeah, so sure enough, I mean, this is... Yeah, this is the, like... I don't know if it's the least frequently used one, but it's the one you hear the least about. All right. Well, I think Cassandra is the one you hear least about, I think. But you know, you have multiple APIs, right? So you're probably most likely using the SQL API, which is what most everyone, when they think of Cosmos, they think of the SQL API, which is the document database. So this is a graph database, and this is kind of what this is what a graph is, right? This whole linking documents together, right? And weird. All right, let's do this here. Let's say, let me have Edge. I think I do it like this. Child of. Or is it has a label? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, only up here to see, which, like I said, I mean, and that is the most common. And I will say this: when I was starting this database, well, again, playing a statement, you know, Cosmos is overkill for what, you know. Especially my initial use of this database, right? Who knows if I can actually get this working, and you know, maybe I'll make it available to the Lego community, and then you know, then maybe Cosmos will make more sense. Maybe we'll have all the Lego community using this application, right? But I do presentations about Cosmos, and I really wanted a new demo database, right? And that's how I started using this. And I actually was going to do this using the SQL API, right? And I was actually thinking, hey, because sure enough, this data I'm getting from, well, not that. I'm getting it from, here we go, from this database here, right? Which is a freely available Lego database, right? And so I was actually also going to talk, you know, I was thinking as if you're using Mongo. Yeah, but are you using any of the benefits from it? Are you using like the multiple locations, that kind of stuff? And at least you get some benefits out of it, right? Oh, wait, you're saying you're using the SQL, right? Okay, I get what you're saying. Never mind. But you use it like Mongo, which, again, that would make sense, right? You do know you could do Mongo, in Cosmos. I mean, you know, it's full wire protocol from version 4 something down. I forgot the version number off the top of my head, you know. So yeah, I was thinking, hey, I could do a talk about how to, and I still can do this, you know, how to take a relational database and make it a non-relational database. I still think I'm gonna do a talk like that. I need to start writing these up. All right, so I definitely have the values here. So I definitely have edges, and there are quite a few of them. So but why do I not have the edges? And these edges are relationships. Why do I not have the edges? I can get rid of all this. Like I would think of. So let's look at this one. GB, because I'm grabbing. So this is Arctic Technic. Do I have my edges in the wrong direction? Hold on a second. What is the inverse? No, that's right. That's right. Inverse is Technic. Was I doing my query wrong? I was doing my query wrong. Go back to 1. Now go back to graph. And then do in edge. And then we'll do out V. Yeah, I had it backwards. That's what my problem is. So sure enough, in graph databases, so graph databases are directional, right? The relationships are directional, right? So I mean, basically, I mean here, let's talk a little bit about graph databases real quick. I know I have. Here we go. So, but this is the representation of what we're doing, right? Although, for some reason, what happened here to this? Just trying to fix this here a little bit. There we go. Okay, so here is a graph database is graphical. It's part of the whole idea. Here is a representation of the structure of the database, right? And sure enough, we're looking at themes, and then basically a theme can relate back to itself, right? So, so like if you look at this, essentially, and here I'll actually look at this in the portal. The portal visualizer actually does this a little bit nicer. And again, this comment came up the other day. In all honesty, especially because I'm doing brand new, Cosmos development, right? And actually, I've even had to turn on not autopilot. I had to turn on what is it? I'm trying to think of autoscale. All right, because my deletes were causing me too much trouble. So in reality, you really probably should do this on. There is a local emulator. Actually, it has everything that the Cosmos and the cloud has, with exception of like you can't do multi-write, you can't do multiple regions, that kind of stuff, right? So if you need to play with that, you have to go to Cosmos. But just getting simple reads and writes to go. All right, so now if I run this query in here, I think or maybe it's just going to make a mess of things. Yeah, it's going to make close. But here, yeah, here's what I was trying to show. Only problem is this thing just take up way too much space here if I do like this. So what you can see is like we did a query against Technic, right? And then we can see the Technic has all of these edges coming into them, right? And that's, and again, my query, I got that a little bit. Yeah, I tell you, Rod, I found graphs by mistake, or by accident, I guess is a better way of saying. And here's my thing. The more hierarchical data is, the more likely it's going to be useful. All right? And sure enough, if you have a really flat data structure, then don't go, or relatively flat data structure, then graph databases actually could be a negative impact, right? You know, on you, all right? But yeah, so, but that's what I was trying to show, right? It was, you see the arrows are coming in, right? And hence, you really do need to know the direction that your data is coming. And on my query, I had out E. It's actually in E because I'm referencing the target, right? And, you know, if I was referencing the you know, so like if we look at universal build, so like if I was to look at, let me just do this simpler like that, and then say I don't need any of this because I'm referencing the ID directly. Partition key would be nice, but again, there's one partition, so it's not a big deal. Actually, there's two logical partitions, one physical partition, so it's not a big deal. Take that out. Oops. And then say out edge is child of, and then in vertices. Right. Yeah, so I got back theme. All right, I got back to Technic, right? Because it's only linked to one, right? But that's how I had that messed up. All right, cool. So again, that gets us theme. Let's go back and fix the IDs because I was silly. So we need to fix the IDs on colors and whatchamacallit, categories. Now, so here's the thing. I could just take this out. Yeah, I see a future change. But yeah, I could just take that out because ID will be created for me, right? Cosmos will create it for me if I don't put that value in there. And it happens to put a GUID in there, right? Which is what I'm going to put in here instead. Okay. And hold on. And we'll make sure this all works. And again, I need to look at what is locking this up. Okay. Now you see it did those really quickly because I'm not, well, look right here, we're actually reading in the whole file. Now we're processing it. But this one takes a little longer because I'm actually waiting every time because I'm creating those edges. I'm going to probably add a waste to the rest of the stuff because again, this is a one-time load. This is to load the initial. We're going to do the deltas a little differently. There we go. And now, if we go back to here, I'll just grab everything, but then we'll say has user ID, which is my partition key, catalog. I never know. We shouldn't see lines to everything, right? Because a lot of this is a little bit interesting. Construction isn't linked up to something. Let's do another has label theme has name construction. I think I was kind of wondering when I was typing this. I think has label has to be before the others. No, that's not what the problem was. Oh. The extra dot would cause them a problem. And of course we have multiple, love how there's multiple themes that are called construction. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. I'm pretty sure all the edges are in there. Alright, so now that fixes all this. So now we can check this in. What time is it? It's 11.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Ground Loop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for following, joining this crowd. All right, let's go ahead and check this in. So now we're gonna let's see. We're gonna in this we have importing the theme data and fixed identifiers for colors categories. Okay, checked all that in. All right, so let's see here. What would be next? I think that's all of the. Yeah. So next, because we've got we have not done parts yet. I guess next would be parts. Really, probably should have been before themes, but that's all right. Because we have categories, we have colors. Oh, I remember we started. Well, I don't know why we started doing themes. Really, I should have done parts next. But here's where I started thinking I need to do something else. That's why I'm saying I see a future change coming. So we're going to go back to here. And so import this. Okay, so we're gonna, this is now, what I need this to do is to return a dictionary. Actually, do I need to do a dictionary? Yes, of string. Okay, and then the error is I'm not returning anything yet. All right, and then what we're going to do here is I really hate that I have what's called result. Let's call this colors. All right, and then we're gonna not list, dictionary, string results, or return value. I'm gonna call it instead. No, let's call it results. I used to always call it return value, but I kind of recently been calling it results more. I kind of, it's a little bit nicer, a little bit easier to see, less characters. So basically, I'm gonna return, and you know, so it's going to be the rubricable ID and then the gremlin ID is basically what we're doing here, right? Which is kind of funny. I just took out that ID, allowing Gremlin to create the IDs for me, or Cosmos, I should say. But we're actually gonna. It's so funny. When I was all the off topic. Oh, this would be interesting. Yeah, the duck streams. I think because I mean, why does ASMR get so many people? Right? I think it's kind of like that, right? I think it's people who turn that on, and it's on like all day long, right? Yeah, so I think it's part of why you have such a large number of folks in there. But I like that. You know, why these duck streams have so many people in there? Look, I gotta admit, I sit here like, why these game streams have, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10,000 people in it. I'm like, I've played some games on Twitch. You know, I played some games on Twitch, but when I've done it, you know, what I liked about it was chatting with you know, basically my friends, right? It was kind of like being in a living room playing the game and chatting with friends, right? But yeah, I don't know. But I'm glad it is, because that's why we get to have this great Twitch stuff, so we can do our live coding. Even though, you know, at any given time there'll be individual channels that have more people watching than are watching science technology, right? Well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna say it is interesting. Now, grant you, here's the thing: a bunch of those duck channels are in the science, or some of them are in science technology, right? Yeah, if we go to science technology, like right now, there's 1,500 people watching. I mean, that's nothing, right? I mean, 1,500 people watching, right? You know, because, you know, if we go back and well, anyway, I see plenty of streams that, you know, 1,500, you know, that's their normal number, right? Just quacking. You know, I grant you, you know, science technology, I don't know if it really belongs to science technology, but it's interesting because I guess technically, if you think about it, because like I said, if it really is an ASMR, generally most of the ASMR, yeah, I mean, look at this. And just chat, now granted, just chatting has become like, you know, one of the largest areas, right? You know, but just chatting has 293,000 people watching right now. Goodness gracious. I mean, just the number differences, right? Yeah. Like this channel here. Drunk. Goodness gracious. I can only imagine what's going on there. You know, but it has 9.6 thousand. You know, it's what, 3 times as many viewers in that one channel. High stakes beer. I'm noticing a pattern here. Of course, you have Bands Appeal. Valentine's Day has 2,000. But I was noticing a theme. Look, you know, drunk, you know, high stakes burial, hold my beer. Right? Alcohol seems to be a common sign here, where you know, channels that seem to have multiple thousands of people in just chatting. Oh no, especially for Friday night. I gotta admit, I used to have a drink with me. Maybe I should. I didn't put drunk coding. But I used to have a drink with me, right, on Friday evenings. The only reason I don't, my office used to be downstairs. I moved my office upstairs. The alcohol's downstairs, right? So I just, grant you, I could grab a drink before I came up here. I mean, I grabbed the water. Functions equals beer. Well, beers, if I might be wrong, but if I remember, you don't drink. Or maybe I could be wrong on that. I could be really wrong on that. The good old days. What's my beverage choice? I mean, as far as alcohol, it's bourbon. Shocker, I come from Kentucky, right? So I drink bourbon. And in particular, I mean, sure enough, wheated bourbons. So, you know, like Elijah Craig is the one I really enjoy. You know, obviously, you know. That's right. I know you. Yeah, that's right. I know you drink because you drink Blue Moon. I like Blue Moon. That's probably my beer of choice. Well, let me rephrase it. That's my beer of choice to have at the house, right? And you know, and generally, if there's not a good,
thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Bob. And if there's not a good IPA, all right, I really like. When it comes to beers, I like the IPA. It's kind of funny. So for beer, I like IPAs, and it really is the more hops, the better, right? But for bourbon, I like the wheated bourbons, which are generally sweeter, right? And you know the rye bourbons are the ones that kind of have a little bit more. Yeah, the rye bourbons, which is what you normally think about with bourbon. Although Maker's Mark, which is the #1 bourbon. Well, it's not the #1 bourbon. Jim Beam is the #1 selling bourbon. Hey there, Harold. How's it going? We're not talking about bourbon and beer. But so it's funny that I like beer to have more hops, you know, which is more bitterness to it. But yet I like and Sean's not here, and I'm talking about bourbon. But yeah, so like I say, it's funny. I like the beers with more hops, more bitterness. But yeah, I like my, you know, because the rye, it's not bitter, but it's definitely got more of a bite to it. Whereas, you know, I find the wheated bourbons, and as I've been correctly told, you know, a rye bourbon can be smooth, right? But generally, that's one reason why I like, you know, I like bourbons a lot smoother. All right, so, I was working on this. Dogfish 120. Something tells me I've had a dogfish. Actually, I want to keep that one open. Yes. I almost go. No, I was thinking the. No, maybe I haven't had this one. Well, I was looking at the bottom, because that's usually how I know. Although, well, I shouldn't say that, because you know. So one of the things, now granted, you can't travel right now, right? You know, well, we can travel, but you know, not really. You know, one of the things I would always do is, you know, like when I would go to conferences and everything, you know, I would always you know, order different IPAs, you know, usually trying to get IPAs from that region. So what does this mean by 120 minute? What does that mean? Clocking in at, goodness gracious, 15 to 20% AVP. Goodness. That's going to knock you off your feet with just one. Continuously hopped with copious amounts of high alpha American hops. We'll pull it in dry hot. We brew 120 minutes a few times a year, but it goes fast. Is I'm confused by the 120 minute. What are they talking about? Although I see here, I mean, IBU 120. Well, I would think so. Like, crap, that equals a 6-pack. No. Yeah. I think I have had the, not the 90 though. I'm gonna say that logo, the bottle design, that looks familiar. Okay, that's how long they're putting in the hops. Yeah, I think I have had this. Well, maybe I haven't, because I don't remember anything ever being called 60 minute. So now where is this? Where are they out of? Hoppy's beer, you know. See now you got my curiosity. So where is this? Okay, yeah, so we don't have Flying Saucer here. I mean, Louisville's got some good beer places, but nothing like Flying Saucer. Oh, did you see Delaware? I didn't see Delaware. But, or is that where it's incorporated? Oh, I see Chesapeake and Maine. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. Now I see the Delaware. Milton, Delaware. I didn't think anything was actually in Delaware other than corporation companies. Huh. Well, I will not, you know, shop. Fish Finder. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. $120. Exactly. We'll say with 100 miles. And I'll do the... That's not actually my zip code. That is the main zip code downtown. Apparently I can get it some places here. Oh, Liquor World's got it. Okay. And Liquor Barn's got it. Okay. All right. I might go out tomorrow. and try to find us. Well, Harold, thank you for the recommendation. I'll be curious to see if they really have 120 in stock, right? I'll try to remember is it a liquor bar next to me or? Total wine. Oh, no, wait. This is interesting. Not... Because I saw liquor bar, but that's in Lexington. Oh, this is interesting. Well, other than the one downtown. So this one's downtown. I do see I see an interesting trend here. So, Beverage World 3rd Street. Hell, I go there Monday when I go to the office. that's South 3rd Street. Yeah, I think that's like right around. No. 202 and 4. Okay, yeah, it's not downtown. Oh, okay, I see where that's at. Okay. Well, everything's 15, 20 minutes in the city. Well, so I was gonna say what I'm noticing, you know, so like the liquor stores in my area of town are not in the list, even though they got some really good beer selections. Healthcare tech is really big here. It is really. Because we have Humana, right, and so there's that right itself. Kind of, and Humana's been here for so long. Yeah, so these are all in the nicer part of town. So maybe I won't. I don't know if I'll get out there tomorrow. I have to get out there sometime soon, though. I definitely have to remember that. Dogfish. All right. I'm gonna. Harold, I do appreciate that. I have not had a new IPA in a long time because I can't get out, right? And like the few places I get to go out anymore at all, I'm just having the same thing I've had there forever, right? I think the music stopped. I might have actually run out of music. I did run out of music. Just a second, I'm just loading some more music. Although, oh, that's alright, 12:11. Yeah, so I would say I'm trying to think of I'm gonna say I was about to say I'm trying to think of the last time I went out and was able to get a beer. That was last weekend. But yeah, and that was so there's a place called BJ's, which is a brew house and restaurant. It's a chain. It's good. It's not bad. Actually, I'm usually there at least once a month because that's where we, when we could meet for user groups, that's where we would go after the user group meetups. But I was there, like I said, last Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday. Because actually my wife needed to go to the Apple store. She needed to have something looked at her phone and have the same mall. So Italian nachos. Well, considering Harold definitely hears me, it's got to be you, buddy. I don't know. Ah, yeah. I don't remember seeing Italian nachos. Of course, you know, this menu that is like humongous. The deep dish, yes. All right, I'm just going to look this up real quick. I'm just kind of curious here. I know they have really good nachos. I've definitely gotten the nachos before. Yeah, the loaded nachos. But you say there's an Italian nachos? Where was pasta? Probably drinking the time. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, come on, music. Stop that. Maybe Old Chicago. Boy, I have not been in Old Chicago in a long time. Actually, I'm not. We had an Old Chicago here, but it might be closed now. I don't know. It's kind of a weird place. I mean, there's a lot of places. I mean, there's a lot of restaurants in the area, so it's not like it's all by itself, but it's not like in the bigger areas, which is kind of strange for there to only be one. It's not like in a mall or that kind of stuff. The Old Chicago. I remember when I was working in Boston, I would go to Old Chicago a lot because we had our office building was right next to a mall, and so you'd walk over to the mall to eat, and that was because it wasn't in the food court; it was off to the corner. I mean, still it was busy during lunch, but all right. So what we need to do, we're gonna return this dictionary. So that we can reference this, right? So we can create those edges is really the key part. So here, I was going to say string vertex ID equals GUID, new GUID string. Okay, and then, like I said, I just took the adding these properties out. Now I'm adding back in. Okay, so now add that in, and then we're going to, then right here, we're going to say results, add, and then this is going to be color dot result dot rubricable. Maybe it is. Yeah, okay. Not confusing. I'm going to change that here in a second here. And then we're going to have, and then the value will be the vertex ID. Then we'll return results. Okay, because that's confusing. Let's rename this to rubricable ID. And then for the moment, I'm going to add back in ID, even though I'm not using it that way. Okay, and then we're going to come back up here where we call that method. Right here, and we're going to say dictionary string colors equals that. Okay, So we need to do it for that. We need to do the same thing for categories. So again, it's going to return a dictionary, a string, and so we're going to come here. This is going to be categories. And here we're going to say dictionary, string, results equals new. And again, I'm using C#9. That's why I can do that simpler, cleaner, new syntax. There we go. Now I got these working correctly. Not string. Right here, string, vertex ID. Vertex ID equals GUID. New GUID to string. And then right here, property. It doesn't really matter the order I put it in. I like putting my ID first. Okay, and then results.add, and then again this will be category dot results. Not categories, category dot result dot ID. No, sorry, rubricable ID. And then vertex ID. And just checking something here. Yep. Nope. I need to fix that mapping. Return results. Okay, let's fix that mapping real quick. That was category. I had that right. How is that working? Just checking this one. I have that right. That's because I renamed that one. I'm a little confused. I mean, I pass in the right value. Oh. All right. Well, all right. It's good. All right. Okay. And let me, even though I'm not using the themes right now, let's go ahead and get this in here because we're going to need it eventually. And again, we're going to have not far. Dictionary, string, results. All right, so let's see here. It's actually not being done there. It's doing down here. Just this idea of create your variable closest to where you're going to use it. Let's put it here. Vertex equals. I don't need to do that every time. I just need to do that here. But then what do I have to do? Alright, no, this is fine. Do it this way. Vertex equals theme.id, because in there I'm setting them when I add it to the list or the dictionary or whatever it is. But then down here, yeah, then we're going to say results.add, and then this is going to be the key is going to be, oh, this is going to be kind of weird. No, this is going to be fine. Theme.id, and then rebrickable ID, theme dot, not theme dot, vertex ID. Okay, and then return results. There we go. All right, now that gives us all of that. Here, dictionary, string, this is themes equals await. All right, so now we can start working on getting parts. So now in parts, we're going to do some things a little bit different. Static, async, and the only reason why these are static is they're inside a console app. Task. Okay. Here I do not need.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Nas the Goat 23. Thank you so much for following. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I was almost going to say we don't need the list, but actually we do. So again, we're going to return a dictionary, right? Because when we get to the sets, we have the parts. We're going to link them all there, right? So, all right. So in here, this is going to be import parts async. Again, it's going to take a grammar client. It's going to take in the string file path. I really do not need all those optionals in there anymore, or those values. But it's also going to take in a dictionary string of colors and a dictionary string of categories. Okay. Let me remove. I know why I put these in here. These optional or the overrides, but really don't need them in there. Now. Sure enough, if you didn't know, with Visual Studio, if I hit the Control and Alt, I can select multiple lines of stuff, and I can do whatever I need to do with it. All right. So now, let's see. We're definitely going to do this part's going to be basically the same. Oh. Actually, before we return, I almost said nothing. That would work if we're doing Visual Basic. All right, we need to create our part class. Part. And on part, what did we say we were going to do? Have in part. We said we were going to have part number, part name, part category ID, part category name. I do not need the colors at this point. I only need the categories. Now, if I bring the other data source, so if you've been here at the very beginning, I was talking about another place where I can get some additional data. It actually has, I think, it actually has like the colors because now every brick is made in every color for obvious reasons, right? Or every part, I should say. But all right. So, so again, we'll have I mean, here, I'm not going to call it rebrickable ID because actually the IDs are used here are official IDs, right? So I'm going to have the public ID, although I'm not probably going to use that field. We're going to have part number, because actually the part numbers they use are the official Lego part numbers. String part name. Name, public string, category ID, and then public string category name. All right, so there's what I need. Now we're going to create the mapper. Class CSV part mapper. And then that one, so if I have it open, all right, so parts, and I'm creating copies just so I can keep it open while I'm potentially, you know, reading it. All right, so what did I? Oh. That's not the one I'm working on right now. I'm working on parts. Okay. So 0 is going to be part number. 1 is going to be name. 2 is going to be part. There's going to be category ID. Oh, you know what? Part material. That would probably be nice to add in here too. Here, why don't I add it in here first? Because guess what? Not all parts are actually plastic. Map, property, 3 is going to be part material. But sure enough, you can see like cardboard paper, there's probably fabric, cloth. I wonder what the rope, what they consider a rope. Not robe, rope. And I have to find what that part number is, but because there is also Lego rope, which is kind of annoying to deal with, honestly. All right. So now we've got that mapping put together. We'll close those. Make sure we close everything but program. Okay, now we can copy this. And actually that. Okay, and we're going to change this to parts. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine, because file name is going to be just parts. Parts. Part mapping class. All right, so now there gets us all this. I can get rid of colors. I'm not going to need that. Okay. And then this is actually be very similar to the way how these worked. I can copy this. Copy all of that. Oops. Part. All right. And here we're gonna go in here. Part. Okay. So now, don't worry about that error. We'll take care of that here in a moment. So we're gonna do that name. Get the grid. Okay, so then here, property ID, property user ID, property name, that's going to be the same. Okay, part number, part number. You know, I close this part, I'll put it right here, just so I have it for reference. Okay, dot property, category ID, part result, category ID, dot property, category name, part result. No, not there. This will be, oh, let's see here. This, actually what we're going to do, just like that. Then we're going to say if categories contains key why do I have categories? Oh, okay, never mind, that was right. This I need to change. This needs to be part. All right, so if categories contains key, and then this will be part dot result dot category ID. Then we're going to say query plus equals.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, LD Hacker. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so then we're going to add this. And I will say, this is where we get on the edge of whether this should be a string array instead of just regular strings. You know, because of course, you know, this is, you know, it's immutable, right? So I create this. I have to recreate this here. If I was, I think in this case it's fine, right? Because we're not really worried about the performance here, but it's definitely something to consider, right? Actually, to be honest with you, I probably would tell those. Well, see, I'm thinking about this. If I was a code reviewer, I would tell you this as a string array. So with that being said, I'm creating this every time. Okay. That's actually fine. Well, no, it's not fine. Do not. I'm saying string array. I meant string builder. Query. I can just do like that. Then in here, we're going to say query equals new. And then we're going to say query dot. You know what? I'm thinking about this. Can I not do? Can I not say query equals new is not one of the news? Yeah, the value. There we go. And then back to here. Now we'll say query append. And then this will be property category name. And then and I do know that, I realize that the string builder has the ability to do the interpolation. I like just being consistent. That's why I even in here, as far as I know, there's no performance gains either way. But I'm just being consistent. All right. All right. So this will be categories. Part result category ID dot no, that is not going to have a name. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, leave it like that for the moment. I gotta make another change though. This is going to be to string. So this will be part number. Okay. So I was having a dictionary of the ID, whether that be the ID from the other database. Hey, C-Films, whether it be the whatchamacallit, I've drawn a blank. Whether it be the part number, how long is my file? Talking about the files we're importing. Oh, how many lines of code? Well, this one is 223. There you go, LD Hacker. Actually, I'm getting kind of thirsty here. I have not drank enough water this stream. Yeah, so, but what I actually, because like here, I need that name. Because I was thinking of it just for the vertices, I'm sorry, the edges. But I also need other values of it. So, I think what I would do, This is a little bit memory intensive, but again, this is something that runs, really this in itself only runs once, right? So what I'm going to do is we're going to come to, well, we're going to do it to all of them. So colors. So instead of returning a string, we're going to return a color. And I'll end up making a couple bit. Well, I said I was going to end a little bit early, but it's already 12:43. I guess I'm not ending early. Well, at least get parts imported here. All right, so this will be color. Okay, but now if I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do a couple other things correctly. So what we're going to do in here, so instead of having the string vertex ID, we're going to say color. Only 3 more hours. Well, sure enough, I want to get this done. I want to get not this. I want to get parts imported because I think that'll be a big win. Because really, I don't really need sets, right? That's not really the key part of all this. I'm going to get sets. I would like to get parts in here. All right, so color dot ID. Oh wow, this is going to be fun. Let's call this parse results, and then let's call this parse result. And then let's say, although you know what? Well, that's fine. Kind of weird because I have parse result dot result, but whatever. Yeah. Then I'm gonna have color. Color equals. Well, you know what? I could do this. I don't have to do it that way. Which means I could actually change that back. Hold on a second. Because I like that better. Now, what I can say is color.result.id equals GUID, new GUID, string. And then we can color result D, and then here we're not passing color, not color, color dot result. All right, there we go. Do it to that one. Come to this one. This will be category. And I basically do the same thing we just did. So, category.result.id equals GUID, new GUID string. That line. Let's say category result.id. Category dot result. Category. Okay. And then themes. And again, same thing. Ah, so here I'm already doing it. Well, no, that's parent theme. Hold on, never mind. Wow, this is where we get a little bit interesting. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. So here, get rid of that ID. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then in here, Wait, am I creating this already? I was actually creating that. I was creating two different grids, which was working fine, but I'm already yeah. Rename this to theme because that's misleading. And then, yeah, because that's all the themes. Because in here, I'm going through all the themes. Okay. So, yeah. So here we could say... Here, we're going to say theme.id. Theme.id. Okay, and then just that one. There we go. And then we're going to say theme. No, I need to go here. Theme. All right. So those are all now correct. That's parts I still need to change, but now, so it's going to be color. Wow, what did I spell there? Category, and then theme. There we go. So now in here, this is, so return a string, this is going to return a string part. All right, and then, let's see, this will be a part. And then, so parts is that, okay. That's fine. Again, part.result.id. Ah, okay. Oh, it's over here. No, I have an ID. Part.result.id. Okay. I don't know what I swear it didn't come up last time. I'll type that in. With string. And then this will be part result e. This is going to be part result. Okay, so now what are we doing? Oh, right here. We have to change this. So now this is going to be dot. Well, it's got length and all that good stuff. Oh, hold on. Because categories. Now this should be category. All right, and then that should be dot name. Okay, that will probably put that name in there. All right, so now I've got that. And again, here's where I'm going to need to await this stuff. Yeah. Okay, so there we're going to create them all. And that's fine adding it there. But then what we're going to do okay. I need a string edge. Edge equals string.empty. And then here we're going to say, you know what? instead of emptying it right there, we'll do it in here. Else edge equals string.empty. Okay, and then we're gonna right here we're gonna say edge equals, and this is gonna be g.add edge. Start doing it again wrong. Okay, then we're gonna look for part result category not ID. So grab that one that we just created essentially, and then we're going to say add edge to add that relationship, and then this edge we're going to say oh, we got to give it the name. So this is going to be, what did I say the name of this was going to be? Is of. And then, and you don't have to have the small, I don't really know what the normal, actually I think a lot of times people would have like separate words, but I kind of like it this way. Then I'm going to say 2. And then in here we're going to say g.b part.result.category ID. Okay, check this again. So grab that, add edge to, yes, okay. So then what we'll do is down here, if edge, string is null, or white space, edge, and I might as well just wait it, why not? Edge. All right. Add the calling logic, and then that should do it. Part, there we go. Parts equals await import parts. Gremlin client. Categories. All right, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking through everything. I was also thinking, do I need to rerun these? So the data is fine, but I want to rerun these just to be sure. I'm going to do a console.beep just for now. Kind of give me an idea where I'm at. You wonder about my beeps? Just to know where I'm at. So there it finished. First one, second one. Really, because, I mean, I know this part is a little slower, right? Here's where we're creating those themes again. I probably could have commented this one out because I'm not really worried about themes, although I want to make sure it's working. But like I said, I just want to know when, you know, when it finishes this and is on to the next one. And bam, we get to an error right away. Graph syntax exception missing. Okay, so the fun part of text. All right, so let's take a look at all our. There's not that many in here, so it shouldn't be this one because this gets copied back and forth. Okay, that one's fine. All right. I'd be willing to bet it's something after putting one of these in here. Part number. Okay, that looks fine. Category name. Part is here it is. Nope. Huh, everything looked fine to me. I'm confused. What didn't work? Did I get... Okay, let's take a look. Did I get any parts in? Here's what I'm looking for. No. Okay. So that tells me something is wrong with this syntax here. I just don't see it. Well, so let's just do this. Put a breakpoint right here. And this time, I need the categories, but since I don't need, here, I can get rid of these beeps. I don't need to recreate color and theme. I need category, not that I need to recreate the data, but I need that dictionary. Okay, so let's do query to string. All right, let's bring this up in Notepad here, and let's see what we've got. Oh, well, I see it plain as day. Right there. Yep. Right there. That's what I'm missing. Okay, now we'll take that breakpoint out and run this again. I swear something is blocking this. Kind of interesting. We got pretty far without an error. We're missing. I mean, did it tell me last time that I was missing? I don't remember that. You know, it would actually help if I would look at that, you know? It tells you exactly where the error is at, you know? Well, oh. Well, okay, column 149, but Okay, that's not telling me which ones I should break, you know. Try. Okay. Oh, you know, hold on. I know what the problem is. All right. I bet you already know what the problem is. Let me look at something here. Is this another one of these,
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
let's see, 4... Boy, talking about a name here. I'm just gonna say Izzy Fox. Yeah, this is what it's going to be. Because we got commas in here. We got to do what we did before. This is good. Well, I'll leave those in for right now. In case we have any other problems. So, again, we got to go back to... I'm just going to do it right here. We're going to say part.name. Oh, I'm sorry. Part.result.name equals part.result.name and replace that. How? Oh, that shouldn't be single quotes. Double quote. I need a string, not a character. Yeah, I swear that's weird to read. All right, so that should fix that problem. Well, you know, the funny thing, McNerds, I mean, you say arg. I mean, yeah, I mean, I really should have thought of that already, right? I mean, you know, this is. Yeah, you can see some of these names are kind of long. Some of these names get really descriptive, right? Because like there are things that are printed, right? You know, and those have individual part numbers, right? I mean, it could be like a 1x2 brick that has like some kind of printing on it, which, trust me, I like them when they're printed. I hate the stickers. All right, this one's going to take a little while because there's actually quite a bit going on here. Because there's 37,000 records getting put in here. So this one's going to take a little bit here. Yeah, it's a lot of part numbers. That's a lot of part in there, huh? So I mean, we can look see how far we've gotten. Wow. Yeah, this might take a while. Now, grant you, this is what's committed, right? I've added more, but it takes a little bit longer to commit them. And of course I need to commit them so that I can do what? So that I can so I can get those edges in there, right? And not have a race condition. So I'm debating. I'm gonna give this another minute or two, but I have a feeling it's gonna take a while, which is fine. Except for, you know, obviously, we can't just sit here on the stream and, you know. I will say again, you know, if you have interest in Lego, you know, I also have. You know, I mean, now I'm just kind of wasting, I'm just stalling at this point. But I do have my Bricks with Chad channel. And I will be streaming tomorrow night and at 9 p.m. Eastern. Might start a little bit early, all depends on how things go in the evening. But sure enough, we're launching our new artwork, right? So everything looks really cool. We do have a new, I say we is me, but there is a new website. All this is still a little bit of work in progress. Like how slow it is. Kind of upset with that. But yeah, you can start seeing some of the artwork. So, sure enough, I wrote a blog article. There's my new mascot, the Lego Maestro. I didn't want to do Lego Master because you know I figured that's a trademark name from Lego. I thought maybe we won't use that, but you know we're using the Lego Maestro. So I'm really happy with the work that the artist did for me. And I mean I've got all the artworks out there. Now, grant you. I didn't think about this, and I didn't get around to it today. I actually had the artwork for 2 days, but I should have before today loaded the emotes. But I got those loaded today. I mean, you know. Apparently everyone's psyched for my own or Twitch channel. So sure enough, actually I'm just kind of curious. I would be shocked if they're approved. It usually takes a couple days for them to approve it. Settings, affiliate. Yeah, they're not approved yet. Like I said, usually as a new affiliate, I mean, because this is a new account, it usually takes a couple days. But, you know, we have, you know, and we were working on the bot. The bot seems to be working. You know, I mean, we'll really see tomorrow night because we'll be updating more stuff tomorrow night. And actually, I got to work a little bit tomorrow before the stream to make a couple changes there. But, yeah, I have no idea how long this is going to take. But, you know, because I've got stuff for, like, I've got custom alerts for, like when I drop a brick or I make an oof. I make a mistake in the build. Oh, wow, yeah, because I didn't think about all the minifig parts in here because, like, I've seen different hair and stuff. All right, I tell you what. I think we're going to end it at this point because I really have no idea how long this is going to take. I can't actually, I mean, the next step in all this, you know, if I go back to, you know, the next step is sets, which actually, I guess I don't have to have parts in there to get sets. It's when I get the inventory in there. Well, so here, let me the ones I've found so far that I like, I shouldn't say just the ones I found, the ones I like, and I'm going over here because it's actually easier for me to find it in here. And I do use different browsers for different accounts. So like here you can see the ones that I'm following. You know, although actually, he actually is not building bricks anymore. You know, I'm gonna, and he's not gonna be hurting if I unfollow him. Just because he's not, I don't really see him building bricks. It seems like that was something he did one time. But hold on a second, everybody. Oh. Okay, I just heard a really weird noise, but that was coming from the expressway. That's like a half a mile away. Yeah, Brick and Nick is like one of the bigger ones. You can see like he's got 16,000 followers. Yeah. So some of the better ones I really like. Sapiens is really good. He does a really good job. Monotown, I really like what he's doing. Plus Monotown, of all of these, is more in doing what I'm doing, right? Of building a city. So there's those, and then there's actually a couple on YouTube that I follow also. I mean, there's that stream, right? You know, so like oh, he's got another video. Yeah. Not just 55 minutes ago. Wow, that's kind of late for him. Yeah, she's great. But yeah, like Bevan's Bricks. I mean, actually, I've joined his channel. I'm actually on his gold level because I really like what he does. Brixie is like one of the big ones on YouTube. You know, so. All right. I am debating here. What time is it? 1:16. Let's march on. A little bit more. Well, I'm kind of like, obviously I can't get everything in tonight because I can't get it all tested. You know, it's going to take a while for things to run. But you know, at the very least, I can get code written. So add. Okay, this is going to be the set class, which that's kind of a weird name. Alright, so for set, what did we say? We're going to have number, name, theme ID, theme number. Why do I not have...
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. We got Andrew, Nate, Alyssa, Cracker, and Brockwood, and Max as well. Max, welcome on in.
I was like, who's saying hello to me? All right. Yeah. Why am I not? Hold on a second. Because on this, let's go ahead and close this file. No, I think I made any changes. All right. We can close. We can delete this. So sets. Which actually, it's not that big of a file. I was thinking it was even bigger. All right, so yeah, why do I not have? Of course, some of it's because the documentation's just not there. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have. All right, so we're gonna have in here. So part, our set. Okay, We're going to have an ID. Because we know we're going to need that in here. We're going to have a number. Let's call it set number. We're going to have a name. Okay, we're going to have a year. What else was in here? Theme ID. Which, guess what? Means we're going to have a theme name. And then public int. I'm going to call it part count. Okay, so there are the fields. Create our mapping file. Add. I tell you, the part you're lucky about me going longer and longer is, like I said, I was really going to try to end around 11. Because actually, I've got some sorting I need to do of Lego. I got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of packages in today. But I didn't do that, so, and I'm not going to. Yeah, no, this is set. Yeah, you know what you're thinking is because when I was. Oh, you know what? Because when I was tabbing over, I still have the part class open up over here. No, it's because I said the word part because I saw it when I was tabbing. All right, add class. All right, so it's going to be CSV set. Theme, not theme, mapping. That's the thing, I'm not tired. I will also say, I would like to watch, that's the other thing, I would like to watch, whatchamacallit, WandaVision, but I'm not going to sit here at my desk to watch it, although I could, but, If I go to bed now, my wife would get upset if I start watching a TV show. She'd be like, go to bed. All right. Again, I'm going to copy from another one. Just because it's a little bit easier to do it this way. All right, so it's going to be set. Set. And let me know, she's been asleep for a couple hours by now. Yeah, I'll move it over here. And let me know. It's not that the noise would bother her. She'd be like, you need to get to sleep. All right, so I think this is all in order. So set number, name, year, theme ID. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be set number. This is going to be name. Map property. I do need to get some drink here. X dot year. Map property. X dot theme ID. Map property. 2, 3, 4. Part count. Okay. And now we go into our logic here. So we're going to have private static async. You know what? Let's copy this. So we're going to import sets. Okay, and here we're going to bring in themes. Okay, so this is set. And then this is going to be sets. And I think that is sets. Yep. Set. We'll say. That's alright. It's getting a little chilly here because the heat's already cut down for the evening. Well, I'll survive. All right. So we need to drop sets. Okay. Okay, and then here, so console set result name. That's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. Here we got that already handled because I'm positive we're gonna have single quotes in there again. All right. So then our query, add set property. That's gonna be the same. User ID name. Okay, here's where we're gonna start getting things different. So it's gonna be set number. Set number. Year. And then take these quotes, these single quotes out because that's a number. Property theme ID. Set result theme ID. Property part count. Set result part count. Okay. And then same thing like here, we're going to say if themes contains the theme ID, then we're going to add the theme name. And again, we should hit this, but this is, just in case there's bad data. Themes. Theme ID. I mean, let me rephrase this. We should always hit this. That's what I meant to say. Okay, then we're going to say result. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, then we're going to say oh, I see an error from before. This should be themes set result theme ID dot ID. All right, everything else stays the same. Oh, you know what? I can, well, yeah, I can get rid of all this try-catch logic because I don't really need it. Okay, set number in here. And no, that's already set to set. Oh, I need to fix that. Okay. All right, so there, that does that. I need to add it up at the main, but So sure enough, all that work we've been doing, there is a problem. Or all the work that was being done, there actually was a problem. Because that's not correct. That's not the right ID. This should be, because I'm storing the rebrickable / Lego ID in that instead of the identifier. So what I want to do in here is I want to say categories part result category ID dot ID. Okay. So then we're not gonna, obviously we're not gonna try to re-import those parts, way too many parts. We're not gonna worry about categories. We are gonna do the theme so we can get that list going. Dictionary string set, sets equals await, import, sets sync. I should copy that. I really should put, you know what I should do? String file path equals file path, and then we're going to pass it things. Okay. So let's see if we can get sets in here. Huh? What? Oh. A space got introduced. I was like, wait, how is that not working? Okay, oh yeah, I forgot. The themes take a, there's a little bit of longer time to get the themes in because of the multi-hierarchy on there. Keep wanting to look at my watch, but I didn't put on my watch today. All right, now we're adding sets. And sets are, how many sets do we have? 16,000. Well, this is still going to take a while. The file itself is not so big, but it's still going to take a little while. So, I mean, I'll let that run a little bit. But sure enough, if I look at set, I mean, we're like 268, but if we were to look at so there we can start seeing sets get into place. That's interesting. 16,000 sets. It seemed like there'd be more. Oh my god, they seem like they're releasing a new set every week. I gotta admit, I'm almost curious what this is. Not almost curious. I am curious what that is. The name is just interesting. Oh, they don't have a photo of it. Let's see if Brickling has a photo of it. Max. I mean, here, look, this is 1959, so we were talking about this last night. So this is before the studs were put in. Huh. Not the studs, but the... Hey, Mystica, good morning. Yes, it is. I'm still going to say good night, good evening, because it's still evening. I haven't gone to bed yet, so it's still evening for me. Oh, I'll tell you what, I forgot the guy's name, but there was someone who I rated not too long ago, and actually I liked his channel, even though, I mean, it's game development, and, you know, it's nothing that I do, but he was on there. He gets on Twitch. And he's building a game for it to be sold on Twitch. I mean, he's not the only one doing that, but my goodness, he's just on there, you know, 6, 12, 20 hours at a time. Oh my goodness. And sure enough, I remember, I forgot, he worked at like Bethesda or something. I forgot which company, one of the bigger game companies. So he's definitely has gotten into that mentality of, you know, work like crazy. All right. So again, this is going to take a while. I wonder, okay, so I wonder if I can write the code at least for the parts. I obviously can't run it because I need, or not the parts, I'm sorry, for the inventories. I can't run it because I need parts and I need sets to be complete. Let me at least take a look at this. Let's see if what I see quickly. So again, that's this here. And I will say I'm still not doing anything with minifigs. I need to go back and do minifigs at some point. I mean, if I remember right, I'm ignoring this branch. I haven't really figured this one out. So we're going from sets to inventories to inventory parts. So really here, wow. So this is where I need to parse multiple files. God, my music has stopped again. I'm running out. I keep on running out of music. I'm actually gonna swap out the music here a little bit. Let's do our funk music. I really shouldn't have to look too much more. Times it 137. Yeah, let's see what we can get in the next 20 minutes. Then we'll make a decision. We being me. Hey there, Caparino, how you doing? How's your day going? Of course, at this point, I have no idea if I'm at the end of people's days, at the beginning of people's days. Because obviously in Europe, you know, I mean, the day is starting. West Coast, the day is still, I mean, it's not that late. Just woke up. Does it matter what Cosmos API are you doing? I'm talking about, are you charges per query? Okay. Well, so here's the thing. You can't... 837? Yeah. That's what I said. When I see groups coming in, you know, at this time, because of course for me, which, I mean, you see my time listed, you know, it's 1:38 in the morning. All right, so here's the thing. So to answer your question though about the does it matter which Cosmos API I use? It does in the sense that once you set the Cosmos API, you can't change it, right? So it's not like I can create a, you know, using the Mongo API and then, you know, and then say, oh, I want to use a SQL API instead, all right, you know, to do a query, as a general fact. Now, I'll give you a stipulation there. So, so there's that consideration. Now, To get fully into your question, there is some impacts. So, like I'm doing Gremlin, which is the graph. Actually, I forgot. Cosmos calling it. I always forget. Docs. Not learn. Yeah, Gremlin API. Okay. Because for a while they were calling it the Graph API. So sure enough, the Gremlin API can be more expensive when you talk about RU charges. Depending on how your queries run, right? You know, that's one of the things you have to watch out with Gremlin queries. Although generally, I find that it's on a poorly designed Gremlin database, right? Where you're having to grab too many things, and it's really not that it's just because you're returning so many things at one time. So now, interesting part is, so I made the statement that once you've picked an API, you can't change it, right? And you can't use another API. That's not 100% true. The Gremlin database, there's actually a side way that I can actually query it using the SQL API. And there are times I will do that because it will be cheaper, right? Sometimes some of my inserts, now not so much on these inserts we're doing here. These are pretty easy, but sometimes I did a system a couple years ago where the bulk inserts, not the everyday, but the bulk inserts were causing problems, right? And because there was so many hierarchies and so I was actually, which meant I was having to do the graph theory technically in my, I was manually having to do that. But I was actually doing it that way. The thing, and it's because of the way how the Cosmos team built the Gremlin API for it. So, all right. So let's look at this. So again, sets go into inventories, which goes into inventory parts, which goes into parts. So I have to get the inventory ID. I'll pass in the sets. I'll have to first parse the inventory ID, and then I'm gonna have to parse. Yeah, so there's gonna be several steps to build this data out, right? Because first I'll parse in the inventories, get those values. So get that. There's also a version, which is interesting. And I think what I'm going to do, I don't think I'm going to keep multiple versions. I think I'm just going to keep the most recent versions, the latest version. And I think that's the reason why they have this individual table, is to have versions. That'd be my guess. All right. So, and yeah, okay. I was gonna say, all right, let me create my class. Too many tables, too many relationships. Wondering if we're okay with NoSQL, or do we need a relational database? Are you talking about in this case, or are you talking about in your database? There's a little bit of an art to taking a relational database and putting it here. Now, in this image. Well, so that's kind of what I'm doing, right? I'm building this as a NoSQL database, right? And this is part of the reason why I went with a graph database, right? So sure enough, again, Cosmos, and I've said this several times, even on this stream, Cosmos is overkill for this project, right? I don't really need Cosmos, especially at first. I'm not going to have the data in multiple places, and in order for me to have the data in multiple places, I mean, I'd have to actually start making some money in here to pay for it, right? So I'm not going to need the data in multiple places. I'm definitely not going to need multi-write in multiple places. Again, if it grew enough, hey, why not? But I do presentations about Cosmos, and so I'm using this, as an example. I'm writing a new demo app, right, or a demo database, right? And actually, I was going to start doing this as a document database, a SQL API. But when I was thinking about the way how this is architected, I was seeing several different hierarchies. I'm like, hey, the more hierarchies you get, the better Gremlin gets, right? Now, with that being said, really, this is right on that borderline. I mean, I could easily do this as a standard NoSQL document database, right? And actually, I'm gonna, not tonight, not next stream or whatever, but sometime soon, I'm actually gonna go through the exercise because I actually want to build a presentation about how do I take a relational database and put that into a NoSQL database, right? Thoughts you have to think about. And I actually think I'm going to use this database. So anyway, so in here, I'm not creating another vertex, another object, right? With nested objects, so I guess part relationships will be nested to parts. Yeah, so nesting objects, yes. So, and that's why, like for example, like here, you see in here, like this is a set, and I have a theme. I put the name in my object. Right, so if I just want to, if I need that theme name, which guess what, I'm gonna probably need that theme name. I don't have to go out there and go grab it, right? So very, very true. As a matter of fact, probably yeah, I need to add something else later. I'm not gonna do that tonight because themes can be multi-tiered. I need to. Right now, I'm just grabbing the current theme. Do themes can be multi-tiered. Okay, well, that's enough syntax for me. All right, I don't need another entity, all right? Because again, we look at our relationship here. There's no inventories, that type of thing. Basically, set is just going to have a bunch of edges from set to parts. That's the way how we're going to build this, right? So I don't need that. All right, so private static async task. I do not, yeah, just a regular task. I'm not going to return anything in this one. Import set inventories. Async. Okay, we're going to pass in the Gremlin client. We're going to pass in the file path. That all stays the same. All right, then we're going to pass in a dictionary string theme. No, not theme, sorry. We're going to need set, the sets, and then we're going to need string parts. Parts. Which means I will not even be able to start this tonight because I have not finished parts and sets, the imports, because they're going to take a while. Because there's so much, right? It's not a weakness. It's just a matter of there's just a lot of data. All the sets and all the parts that Lego's made since since the, I guess the 1940s. I'm kind of curious, what is the oldest set they have listed? Yeah, 1949. Which, of course, the first set is extra large gift set. Look at the names of these. The ones in 1949. Extra large gift set, medium gift set, small brick set, small doors and windows. Again, I'm just... So that's what the first, or one of the first Lego sets look like. The big thing is there's no cylinders on the bottom, chambers on the bottom, because that didn't come until the 60s. All right. All right, so again, we're going to do something similar to this. So the first thing we're going to do... Oh, no, I do need an object. Even though I need an object in here, I'm not going to write it. It's not going to get written to the database. But we are going to need... Oops. Goodness. Not that one. Don't save. What am I looking at? I'm looking at... Inventories is what I'm going to do first. So in here, just ID version set. Okay. So we're going to have inventory. Public class inventory, public string ID.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Dr. Plunger. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. All right, we are going to keep this version number. I hope these are all integers. And then we're going to have string set number. Because the important number I need in here is that ID. All right, we do that. Then we need our mapper because we're using. So if you haven't followed, if you're just recently joined in, we're using a library called Tiny CSV Parser. And what it uses is these mapper files. So CSV inventory mapper mapping. I don't actually like that naming, but that was the naming that they used in their example code, and I kind of just been using it. Okay, so now this is going to be inventory, really like this genre, the music. All right, and then this is going to be ID, version, and set number. Okay. Then in here, Josh Ball You're a godsend. Because it reminded me I need to drink some water. Throat is definitely drying up there. Of course, we're only 5 hours into the stream. All right. Okay, we're going to copy this. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to inventory mapping. Inventory, and again, this is this tiny CSV parser. Getting cold in the house. Okay, and then this is going to be, call this inventory. As well as parsed inventory.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Lulu, Lou Lafayette. Lafayette, sorry. Lou Lafayette. Thank you for following. I really appreciate that. Alright, so, what are we doing? Oh, so we're going to grab this in here. So now that's going to bring that in. And then I'm going to grab, I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to have a private static. This does not need to be async. We're gonna nah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So I'm going to bring that together. Okay. So there, okay, that grabs those. But what I also need to go ahead and get is this inventory parts. All right. Just checking something, making sure. Yeah. Inventory sets is something different. All right, so in inventory parts, did I open it? Oh, it's just taking a moment because it's a little bit bigger. So here, yeah, so we see the inventory ID, the part number, color, quantity is spare. Okay. Okay, yeah. So coming back here, creating another object. And this will be called inventory part. Public. And here we're going to have public string inventory D. Whoops. String part number. String color ID. And sure enough, if you look at the actual data, they're numbers, right? But I've decided to go be a little bit more careful, and in case they ever change something, I know a string will work, right? And as far as the database is concerned, it doesn't matter, right? It handles it just basically the same way. Okay. Now quantity, which is the next value. This is obviously going to be they break that for some strange reason. I mean, number one, is probably more likely a fault of the system. All right, and then we're going to have a Boolean of is spare. But sure enough, not sparked. Sure enough, Lego sets will include spare parts. So, I have no idea why. Some of the spare, I have no idea. Some of them make a whole lot of sense because they're actually, well, let me rephrase. It's usually smaller pieces that you can easily drop and lose, and I think that's the biggest reason for it. All right, so we're gonna have that. Then we're gonna create another one of those mapping files. CSV inventory part mapping. Okay, so the first column is going to be inventory ID. Second column is going to be part number. Third column is going to be color ID. Map property. Fourth one is going to be quantity. And actually, I gotta look this back up here. So this fourth one is going to be is spare, but it's not going to work directly. Hold on, I have to do something. Which one was that? It's one of these mappings where we're doing this. Oh, it was color, I think. Color. Yeah, I need this. So I'm going to say is spare. We're going to change this to 4. Bring in that. And then, yeah, so the true value would be T, false value would be F. And I need another, I need the system in there. All right, so there we go. So there's our mapping for that. And again, go back to here. Skip some lines because I'm going to have to do something here. Well, you know what? I'm gonna. So this will be inventory part mapping. Inventory part. And then this will be parsed inventory part. Oh. This will be thank you. CSV, there we go. Okay, and then just to get these consistently named that way, we're going to call this inventory mapper, and then inventory. There we go. Helps if I spell it right. All right. So now, the other thing I want to do with this, again, so if we look at this data here, all right, so this is that first graph, we have version numbers, right? And sure enough, somewhere in here, you know, there'll be multiple version numbers. Kind of curious. It's from the largest to smallest. Now, some of them have 5 version numbers, right? Just kind of curious. So there's only 511 that have multiple version numbers, which I think is a good thing, right? You know, 511 out of 27,000, they had to, they had to create another version. But what I want to do is I only want to deal with the last version. So I'm going to take that parsed inventory. Excuse me. I'm going to take this parsed inventory. And we're going to console right line, reading in. I didn't change these file names. Let's fix that real quick. First one is inventories. This one. And then the second one is this inventory parts. Weird did that one. Oh, that's why. Okay, reading in the inventories.csv file. Okay, and then this will be the inventory. There we go. Now we're gonna say cleaning out older versions of inventories. Okay, and in here we're gonna create a list of inventory. And this will be called inventories. Equals new. And then for each, I swear I'm drawing a blank here. Okay, yeah, that's what I was doing. For each var parsed inventory in parse inventory. Let's call this inventories, and we'll call that parts. Okay, so parse inventories, and then what we're going to do is I'm actually going to call instead of an inventory, instead of a list, I'm going to create a dictionary. And so what we're going to say is if inventories contains key, and we're going to use this this ID. All right, so parse inventory dot result dot ID. No. Set number. Sorry. The ID is what they create new IDs with a new version. I think. Hold on a second. Let me verify something here. I might be doing something I don't really need to do. So like if I look up 17851, is that in multiple times? No. But if I look up 421-2, yeah, so there's version 4, there's version 3. Okay. Just want to verify that. So I'm gonna look to see if it contains this key. And if so, not parallel, then we're going to say if inventories parsed inventory.result.setNumber dot version is greater than, is less than parsed inventory dot version result dot version. So if it's already in this list and the version is earlier than the version that we have now, then we're going to say inventories parse inventory.result.setNumber, and then we're just going to change the ID with the current one, parsed inventory.result.id, because that's really all that matters. Okay. And really, what we can do no, I do want to keep that like that. Okay. I'm going to get rid of those because I don't really need all those. Actually, I do need the first one. No, I don't. Well, maybe I do. All right. Else. Inventories.add. And then we're going to say, wow, got a bunch of people. Well, I can pretty much say, because I'm noticing the viewer counts rise. Well, good morning, Europe. Because I'm pretty sure that's where a lot of the newer viewers are coming from. Welcome. Sure enough, I get, I haven't talked about this in a while. So this project I'm working on, this is I call it Lego Master. I might change that name, although I might keep it because it actually makes sense. This is actually a Lego parts and Lego sets inventory management, right? More importantly, the parts, right? So there's some really nice websites where I can track all the sets I own. Actually, they do a really good job. But what I want is the parts, right? So if I want to go build something, right? A mock I'm working on, or I download someone's set instructions. Excuse me. I want I want to know, do I have the parts to build that, right? So that's really the goal of this, and more importantly, what parts do I need to order, right, to get it? Or I have that part, but it's on this set, right? So one, do I can it from that set, or do I order at that point? All right. And I will say we're going to wrap up here pretty soon, but I want to try to get this logic written. Again, I can't run it because I don't have all the data to run it yet. I don't have all the preceding data. But I would love to have this written, and then tomorrow I'll run it and we'll see what happens. All right. So anyway, we're going to add, again, this is going to be the set number. It's going to go in there. Let's just verify that. So that's what I was putting there earlier. And then we're going to say parsed inventory results. Okay, and sure enough, don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. So basically, we're going to look to see if this collection already has the set number in there. If it does, we're going to look to see if it has if the one we have now is a later version than the one that's already in our list, or our dictionary, I should say. And if so, then we'll change that ID, because that's the only value there that changes. Otherwise, if it's not already in the list, then we're going to go ahead and add it. All right. So that'll do that. So now I'm going to go back through the inventories. Yeah, because this inventory parts is going to have inventories I don't need. Okay, so what I am going to do at the end of here, we're going to create a dictionary. String. Yeah, string. And then this will be inventory parts. Wait. Bob, I'm not sure what WHS is. I gotta say, I'm getting a little bit. Where is? Bob, I might just be tired. I'm not sure what you're asking. Oh, you're in your Oculus. So how is it watching Twitch on the Oculus? That could be interesting. What the? Horrible. I would say maybe it may be a reason to grab out my Oculus. I got the Oculus Rift. It's been sitting on a shelf for like the last 8 months. All right. I'm just trying to think of this, how this is going to work. This. It's quarter after 2. This. Oh, what is Lego Master? Oh, okay. So Lego Master. Okay, now I get. That's what I thought. Maybe you were asking that. So Lego Master is it's allowing you to track your Lego sets and more importantly your Lego parts. And it really, I have somewhere. No, not that one. This way. Yeah, so here are like my I haven't even saved this file. Here are like my rough ideas of what I wanted this thing to do. All right, so set tracker, part tracker, track pieces that are coming in from order, place in inventory. But so basically tracking what you have. So when you want to build something, not necessarily a Lego set, but when you're trying to build something. Yes, yeah, I like this channel. Or whether it's genre, they don't really do channels on here. It is the funky genre. It's actually pretty cool. I'm using, I'll finish describing it. So, you want to build something, right? Like for example, I'm getting ready to build some roads, which doesn't sound that interesting, but knowing all the parts that I have and the parts I needed, right? So that's kind of the idea behind this. And sure enough, talking about the music, so I use Epic Sound, right, which is a paid-for service. Oh no, Josh, no, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind talking about this for a moment, but it's actually kind of giving my mind a break for a second. But yeah, I use this Epic Numbers. So sure enough, you know, they list their music. They have a couple different ways: genres, moods, and albums. I don't usually do the moods because I usually get some really weird music. Actually, seems like every time I pick something, I get Christmas somewhere in the mix. They do have albums also, which is kind of interesting. But like I said, it's a paid-for service. It's like $15 a month. But you know, I'm guaranteed that it's royalty free, and I can use them on YouTube without concern. So, which is one of the important things. All right, so this parse inventory. Okay, no, I got it. I was thinking I was need to create another list so I can clean up things, but I don't need to do that because all I'm creating is a bunch of edges. Yeah. So what we're going to do now that we've got a cleaned up inventory, we got those older versions out, which is again 515 out of 27,000 rows, but so now what we're going to do is, and sure enough, this one, which is why definitely this is 864,000 or 800, yeah, just shy of 865,000 records coming in here. All right, so what we're going to say, not in here, in here, for each. These inventories. The set number. Sorry, I'm just thinking how I'm going to build this up. Yeah, so we're going to... because parse inventory... this one here, yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. This is gonna be a little bit weird, but we're actually gonna take this results here and I'll create another dictionary. Let's actually let's rename this to raw inventories. Yeah, but I've taken the thought. I mean, I enjoy building my Lego sets. I did see someone. I gotta see, because like I haven't seen if he ever finished it. Someone was working on, or was going to work on, a part sorter, right? Where it had a camera. I was going to do vision, using like a vision API. I got to check with him if he ever did anything more with it. I know he was talking about doing it. Because that could also be pretty cool. A part sorter type thing. Granted, I don't buy that many at one time, but it still can be pretty cool. Oh, so kind of weird, but this is what's in my head right now. We're going to create another dictionary string inventory. Do I really need inventory? Hold on a second. Do I need the whole thing? in. Because I need the ID and the set number. Yeah, because here I'm tracking my part by the set number. This dictionary, the key is on the try get value. You know, TalCode, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, that could make a difference. All right, so right now this dictionary is by, so this dictionary is by part number. I need a dictionary by inventory ID. Wondering if using VS Code would be okay, or should I really use... So Bob, VS Code is actually a really nice software, and you know, I know plenty of people who develop large applications using, you know, in C# using VS Code. So it's, I mean, it's very, very powerful. Admittedly, I've been using Visual Studio since Visual Studio was a product, right? I mean, since what, like 95, right? When it first, I think it was 95, something like that. But I mean, it's been a long time. So so I'm just really used to Visual Studio. There's a couple of things that are different, right? So that's why I use Visual Studio more, right? But there is no limitation. Now, with that being said, you know, there is also Visual Studio Community, right? That is free. So you know, you can get Visual Studio Community. Now there, you know, so like I'm using the Enterprise Edition, you know, which is the $2,500 a year version, because Microsoft pays for it. All right, I get it as part of my MVP status, but the Community Edition is completely free. The restriction, right? I mean, you could sell software off it. There's not a problem. The restriction is the company that, you know, basically sells any product made out of this can't be making, I think it's $1 million or $2 million. I forgot the actual number. I think it is $1 million, but that could be different. Yeah, so TAPCO, you know, if it's present, you use short variable to access instead of using long indexer. I will admit it's been a couple years since I've looked it up, but that is the biggest thing, though. Of course, you know, we have a 34-page document here. So, all right, individual developers can use community, free or paid. Any number of users may use the software and test it. So that's, yeah. Okay, yeah, there are, okay. So for individual developers, it's free, period, right? You know, you can do whatever you want to do with it. Sure enough, organizations, Yeah, classroom learning environment, academic research. Hold on a second. I swore I heard my dog. Yeah, so you can use them for teaching type stuff, research. You can use it to test device drivers for any number of users. And any other non-enterprise organizations. So basically, if you have an enterprise agreement, you have to do it. In non-enterprise organizations, up to 5 users can use community. In enterprise organizations, okay. That's a weird number. So basically, yeah. I was right about the 1 million or 250 pieces. That's a weird. So in other words, up to 5 people in a company can use it. Other than if your company is either more than 250 PCs, which is that's kind of an arbitrary number, or more than 1 million. I get the revenue, but the 250 PCs, I mean, what if, I don't know, what if you're some company that just has a lot of people? Yeah, exactly. As long as you don't have more than 250 PCs. And again, there's a couple other restrictions there, but yeah. Like I said, it's been a while since I've actually looked that up. All right. Sure enough, Tap, you got a good point. I'm gonna look at that later, though, of changing this. Use the whatchamacallit, the try-get value. Yeah, Josh, I'm pretty sure that's what they're counting. Kind of interesting when they say that, because like, are they counting? I kind of wonder about this. Are they counting, MacBooks and tablets? What? I'm kind of curious. What do they define as a PC? All right. And I say that because, with Visual Studio, I can build I could build Apple apps. I could build. Generally, they're not counting VMs. Although, I mean, with that being said, well, it sure enough, Josh. I mean, that's one thing. Well, first off, with Tapco's question about the VMs, generally we said that what they're really looking at are licenses. Is generally the way how they enforce these things, which means they could or could not be counting VMs. But in generality, and they're pretty vague and pretty easy to skirt this. It is extremely easy to skirt it because even that 5 user limit, I mean, because you can just go download it, right? They're not actually going to check it. It's if they do audits, right? That's where you got to watch out for. Microsoft decided a long time ago.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, War Dog Jr., thank you for that follow. But Microsoft decided a long time ago they weren't going to. They weren't going to go and build tools to go and actually go find things because, and the reason why they decided it was because it was going to get them too much trouble, right? I mean, they already have some issues with telemetry they're doing now. So it is more of an honor-based system. Other than, sure enough, there are. Let's see if I can. Well, let's see if I can spell piracy right. Yeah. I'm not finding it right away, but there are tip lines. Tip lines. So sure enough, yeah, here you go. Yeah, you can actually go in and report. You know an organization is installing more software that has a license for, right? And I will say, you know, the software companies will follow up on these, all right? And that's when you can get in trouble, right? And that's that's where problems come up, right? Is when they get reports. All right. So again, I want to do dictionary string. Oh, I was looking. What do I really need? I need the set. Okay, so yes, this is gonna be a string. So we can do dictionary string.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Technokai. Thank you for that follow. Okay, and then this is going to be called inventories. You ain't no snitch. Snitches get stitches. What did it? He didn't like snitch. Goodness gracious! Sometimes, I mean, I admit I have my my auto mod set to the highest level. So there are times when yeah. You know, McNerds, I didn't even see that. And it looks my moderator panel is like really out of date. That's all cool. Now, McNerds, I'm not gonna worry about right now. I'm too tired. This bothers me. Why can't I? Oh. That's weird. Well, I'll have to. Sure enough, McNerds, that's a good question. I'm going to have to look at that later on. All right, back to all this. Inventories. And just a second, Josh. And in here, we're going to say raw inventories dot values to dictionary. And I always forget how to do this. I don't know why I can't keep this in my head. Why are you going to? Oh, because I was.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Kemitas, thank you for that follow. Here we go. Yeah. All right, so we're going to say x dot, oops, index dots. So we're going to have the ID. Then we're going to have this. Wait, what is it I want? So in here, I need to. Oh, I don't need another dictionary. Okay, I don't need that. I can get off the list of the dictionary. Okay. Yeah, I think, okay. All right, I tell you what, everyone, I'm starting to feel it's been a long day. I really did want to try to finish this before I headed to bed, but 6 hours streaming after a full day of work, I've been worn out. Because I'm noticing I'm going back and forth with things. Let's see. I know no one I follow is on right now. Went to FX last time. Secret players are in Minecraft. I develop. Oh, here's got I develop. He's doing a 24-hour stream. He's only 10 hours in, so here you go, McNurse. We'll grant you it's PHP, but we got someone who's someone's gonna be in here for quite some time. All right. So everyone, thank you so much. He does mark himself as a mature audience, but I develop things all the time. He's tame. But sure enough, everyone, thank you for coming along, watching. I will be back on. I'll be on Bricks with Chad tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, UTC -5, and TaleLearnCode will be back on Monday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, everyone, you have an awesome time.
Fuck, dude. Oh my! Thank you, TaleLearnCode.